Got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring, and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the Majors' first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring, and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the Majors' first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a two-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an eighth-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a six-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 1.78 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, Daisuke against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 1.78 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, Daisuke against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a two-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an eighth-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a six-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a sprained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a sprained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a two-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an eighth-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a six-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka. On the hill for the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka. On the hill for the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an eighth-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a six-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 178 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. He didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox, for the first time in 17 years, sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 1.78 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. Didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox for the first time in 17 years sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning to get back to full strength with Chin-Min Wong back in the rotation and Hideki Matsui back from a strained hamstring and look to climb out of last place in the American League East. Daisuke Matsuzaka is coming off a win on Sunday against the Yankees, giving up 6 runs in 7 innings pitched. Matsuzaka says that pitching against a lineup as talented as the Yankees is a treat. He's 2-2 on the year with an even 4 ERA. He's held opponents to a 196 average on the road. Andy Pettitte looks to stop the bleeding for the Yankees, taking a 13-5 career record against Boston to the hill. He's 1-0 with an impressive 1.78 ERA on the year and threw a scoreless inning of relief in his most recent appearance. Third baseman Mike Lowell brings a 12-game hitting streak into the game with 3 homers in his last 5 games. Josh Beckett became the major's first 5-game winner, improving to 5-0 with last night's victory over Baltimore. The Yankees hope to have shortstop Derek Jeter in the lineup tonight. Didn't play Thursday night against Toronto because of a sore thigh after getting hit by a pitch on Tuesday. The Yanks chose Jeff Karstens over fellow rookie Kei Igawa to start on Saturday against Tim Wakefield, and Carl Pavano denied reports that he told analyst Rick Sutcliffe that he was done for the year. He's on the DL with an elbow strain. It's the Red Sox and Yankees tonight, opener of a 3-game set, dice game against Andy Pettitte. First pitch set for 7:05 in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV beginning at 7 Eastern. It's the rivalry renewed. The Boston Red Sox will be in the Bronx visiting the New York Yankees for the opener of a 3-game weekend set. Taking the ball for the Red Sox, yep, it's him, Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill. For the Yanks, Andy Pettitte. Game time from New York, 7:05.
Fastball. There's Lowell over to Pedroia, forcing Abreu, and the Red Sox for the first time in 17 years sweep the Yankees at Fenway Park.
The 14-7 Red Sox bring baseball's best record to Yankee Stadium, looking to make it 4 in a row over the Yanks. Boston got a big lift last weekend, sweeping the Yankees in 3 games at Fenway, and finished off a 2-game series sweep of the Orioles last night on the strength of an 8th-inning grand slam from Willie Mo Pena to win it 5-2. The 8-12 Yankees are looking to break a 6-game losing streak, their worst skid since 2005. They're beginning.
It's My Yankees Baseball on My 9.
Andy Pettitte will try to stop the Yankees' 6-game losing streak. He gets the call. That is a relationship that is in imminent danger. Let me tell you, that's only fights waiting to happen. Why? Because the greatest rivalry in sports resumes tonight. A little bit of a different look standings-wise when these two teams get together. The Red Sox are off to a good start, 14-7 there in first place. The Yankees off to a bad start, 8-12. They are in last place, 5.5 games behind. And tonight, My 9 presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the first of 3 from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. This is not a good time for the Yankees. They've lost 6 games in a row, and they also had the Red Sox sweep them out of Fenway Park last weekend. So that begs the question, John, is this a big series?
You know what, Michael, you would hate to say that a series in April is a big series. The Red Sox, they got round 1 up in Boston last weekend. It's time for the Yankees to answer that call. Andy Pettitte tonight, hopefully get a good start, but I think the Yankees have more pressing issues than dealing with the Red Sox. They need to get the rotation straightened out. They have 2 of their top 3 starters going this weekend. Andy Pettitte sets a tone tonight.
Now, one of the problems, as John mentioned, has been the starting rotation, and that's the difference between the Yankees and the Red Sox, Al. The Red Sox have been getting good stuff out of their rotation. The Yankees haven't.
Well, and they have Andy Pettitte, who has been very good, especially after a Yankee loss. In his last start 7 days ago in Fenway, he pitched very well. He did have an appearance on Sunday at Fenway as a reliever. This should be a good starting pitching matchup. As you see there, the Yankees have not done as well as the Red Sox, and obviously much of their demise has been because of their starting rotation.
Absolutely. The starters don't give them inning. They have to go into the bullpen, and that wears the bullpen out. Tonight's starting pitching matchup brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Daisuke Matsuzaka gets start for the Red Sox. Second start against the Yankees, 2-2 and a 4 ERA. Andy Pettitte should have 3 wins, but 2 of his wins have been blown saves by Mariano Rivera, but he's 1-0 with a 1.78 ERA. This is a marquee pitching matchup. Matsuzaka against Andy Pettitte. Now, a lot of people know about Andy Pettitte, but what do we know about Matsuzaka, his repertoire? Al Leiter will break it down next on My 9. In spring training, the 2 Japanese imports on the Red Sox, Matsuzaka and Okajima, met with fellow countryman Hideki Matsui. Matsuzaka against Matsui tonight in this game. Now, the big question is, what does this guy throw out?
He throws a lot of pitches, and hopefully Veritek has more than one hand to use. You saw the fastball there, curveball. He has a changeup, which was called a gyro ball, but as you see that ball moving down away from the left-hander. A splitter, which is similar to his changeup. It has more depth and it drops. 2-seam fastball that'll right up, running up and in there. on right-handed batters, and then a slider. He changes speeds on his slider, varies the speeds on all of his pitches. He's got an awful lot of pitches.
And this is what all of that meant in the Japanese league. First overall pick, 1999 by the Lions. 2006, 17 wins, 2.13 ERA. Both career highs, 204 career games, great record. And he was named the MVP of the World Baseball Classic, 3-0, 1.38 ERA in the Classic. When we come back, Matsuzaka against Pettit. We have the lineups in the first pitch. Game 1 of the series on My 9. Red Sox. It is the fourth of 18 games between these two teams. Last weekend at Fenway Park, the Red Sox swept the Yankees. Yankees led by at least 2 in each and every one of those games, but they could not hold on, so they'll try to change things around this weekend. Great pitching matchup, Andy Pettit against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Andy Pettit warming now. Let's take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup that he's going to face, and it's presented by Heineken. It's all about the beer. Julio Lugo, the shortstop, is going to lead off. Kevin Youkilis at first will bat second. DHing David Ortiz again this season. What he does most of the time against the Yankees, he hurts them. Manny Ramirez is having a terrible season. He's in left field. Yankees hope he gets out of Yankee Stadium before he wakes up. J.D. Drew's in right field batting fifth. Batting sixth and playing third base, Mike Lowell. Jason Varitek will catch and bat seventh. Batting eighth after 5 games off with an oblique problem. Center fielder Coco Crisp and Dustin Pedroia also struggling at the plate. He'll be at second base and batting ninth. That's Andy Pettit's numbers. 6 games, 1-0, 1.78. Less than a hit per inning, 9 walks and 13 strikeouts. Let's take a look now at the Chevy pitcher scouting report, ChevyOffers.com.
64 and 27, 703 life winning percentage after a Yankee loss. There's no better pitcher for the Yankees than one on the mound than that man right there, and Andy Pettit. Fire, he talks about he fires himself up. He needs to motivate. He gets mad on the mound. I understand that. That's important for him to stay motivated and into the game. Cut fastball change. Here's a guy who threw a lot of cut fastballs early in his career, curveball. He's throwing a lot more changeups now.
Julio Lugo starts it off, and the first pitch is a strike. Brian Runge, the home plate umpire. Lugo is 0 for his last 10, 4 for his last 35. Hitting .234 overall. And there's a strike. Now, it's overcast weather here at Yankee Stadium, hoping that the rain holds up. 53 degrees, high humidity, not much wind, but there is a chance of late showers. The 0-2. Grounded softly to short. Charging Jeter. Fires. Got him. Nice stretch by Minkiewicz. Let's take a look at the Yankees defensively behind Pettit in the outfield. It's the outfield. Matsui, Damon, and Abreu. In the infield, A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Minkiewicz. That's third to first. Rosada behind the plate. Yankees played a very clean series last week at Fenway. They did not make an error, but most of the errors came from the bullpen in that game. Derek Jeter missed yesterday's game. Contusion on the lower left thigh, but he's back in the lineup tonight. Here's a pitch to Youkilis inside. Now, Andy Pettit's pitching with about a week rest. He started last Friday at Fenway Park and was eligible to get the win, but Mariano Rivera blew that game in the 8th inning. Andy Pettit with 6 days or more off in his career, 14-12, 3.96 ERA. Al, what does it do to a pitcher to have too much rest?
Well, for obvious reasons, you feel stronger, and anytime you're not a 93 or 4 miles per hour pitcher, you just don't need that. You want to feel not tired, but you want to understand that you're not somebody that's going to blow people away. You want to use all your pitches, stay down the zone, change speeds. Be a complete pitcher. And anytime you have that little extra rest, you feel as though you're capable of not just doing that. You end up throwing a lot more fastballs.
And as a catcher, John, do you call a game differently if a guy is too well rested?
Well, I think you try and slow him down a little bit. Maybe some more off-speed pitches early in the count. Try and get him to get his rhythm early in the ballgame. Sometimes you have to slow a guy down in order for him to find that rhythm. And watching Andy Pettit, his starts this year have been quality. The only blemish really is early on. The first inning, he's had some problems with location. His open start wasn't great in the first inning.
The 3-1. And he walks Youkilis. New York Yankees baseball on My 9 is presented in high definition where available. And here's David Ortiz.
David Ortiz, designated hitter, number 34.
Ortiz is a modern-day Yankee killer, and that might be pigeonholing him a bit too much. He seems to get big hits against everybody. He's had a renaissance of a career since joining the Red Sox. With the Twins, he was a different player, and really picked up off the scrap heap by Boston, and he's become a superstar, a big-money, clutch-hitting superstar. And there's a strike. This is what he's done in his last 4 years. Everything increases. Last year, the RBIs dropped just a bit, but another good season, 54 home runs. And that is a Red Sox record. The 0-1. There's a strike, and the count 0-2. Brian Runge really takes a look at that pitch before he makes the call.
A little cut fastball on the outside corner there. And Al, you talked about the changeup of Andy Pettit. He's actually struck out all his strikeouts have been right-handed batters this year. Lefty's having a good time against Andy this year, hitting to a clip of, I think it was like 350. There you see the head-to-head numbers against Andy Pettit, 360. But the addition of that changeup, he has the right-handed hitters off balance. The lefties seem to have figured him out with that cutter slider.
350 lefties hitting against him, 233 righties. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Ortiz down on strikes.
Not a bad time to get that first strikeout against the left-handed batters, or we take a look at the pitch by pitch.
He went ahead right away, fastball away, and Big Papi saw 87 miles an hour. Another good fastball down the way. Wastes a cutter. You see that ball cutting away. That almost has the same velocity there. He took a little bit more off the cutter. That ball looks outer half, and it just keeps running away. You see the rotation on that ball. Very difficult for a left-handed hitter not to lay off that.
Here's Manny Ramirez, who has great numbers lifetime against Pettit. 25 for 62. That's 403. But he has really been slumping. He has 9 hits in his last 53 at-bats. And hitting 192. But the Yankees always have to be careful with Ramirez. Last year against the Yankees, he hit 556 with 7 home runs. That's in 15 games. The 1-0. And the count 2-0. 21 ribbies last year as well in those 15 games. Manny didn't play toward the end of the season, and not many people are quite sure why. Some say he might have been injured. Others say that he was ticked off at an official scorer's call. But as the team dissolved in September, he was nowhere to be seen. The 2-0. Count 3-0.
Well, no matter how great a player you are, and Manny Ramirez being certainly one of the best in contemporary times as a hitter, when you're struggling, it becomes mental. And it's in his head right now. Watching a little batting practice before the game, he's talking to himself, and he's just not comfortable. And when you have a track record of certainly Manny Ramirez, and there's a guy who knows about things getting in your head, but when you have the track record of a fantastic career of Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez, you know in the end guys like this will be there. The numbers will be there as they have been in every other year that they've had. But it still becomes a mental game.
You almost hope you go through those struggles in spring training and get it out of the way, and then you find your keys that will lock you in during the season. Manny just hasn't found that yet.
The 3-1. And another base hit against Andy Pettit. Youkilis round second will stop right there. The throw comes into third. Shows you no matter how you're slumping, that if you have good numbers against the pitcher, that could help you get out of it because you got the confidence.
And it's all about, you see the ball good out of his hand. Here, Andy has to come in there with a 3-1 pitch, and you know what? You'll give up a hit to Manny Ramirez. No damage done, so you kind of take that. You see it in the high def super slow motion here. But the keys to getting out of a slump, sometimes coming to Yankee Stadium where you have a lot of success, facing the Yankees where you've had a lot of success, and a pitcher that you see the ball very well off of.
And it's hits like that you'll hear hitters say, measly little single, something, just to get something positive next to your name, and it sometimes is an impetus behind a streak.
J.D. Drew chases a pitch up in the zone. 0-1. Yankee outfield playing relatively shallow for Drew.
Hanging slider there. Andy trying to go down the way. J.D. Drew seeing high fastball, ends up cutting. Just can't lay off it.
The 0-1. Weird hop to Minkevich. He fields, and he will beat J.D. Drew to the bag, and that'll do it. So Andy Pettit has a little bit of trouble, but works out of it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. The Red Sox nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. Matsuzaka, first time on the Yankee Stadium mound, taking his warm-ups, and let's take a look at the Yankee starting lineup that he's going to face. And it's presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%. Call or visit geico.com. Yankee offense shut down yesterday. A.J. Burnett did a good job. Let's see what this lineup can do. Center fielder Johnny Damon leads off. Shortstop captain Derek Jeter bats second. Hitting third, right fielder Bobby Abreu. Alex Rodriguez had a good series last weekend against the Red Sox. He'll be at third base cleaning up. Batting fifth and DHing Jason Giambi. Hideki Matsui in left will bat sixth. The number 7 hitter, catcher Jorge Posada. Robinson Cano will play second base and bat eighth. Batting ninth and playing first base is Doug Minkevich. These are the numbers on Matsuzaka. 4 games, 2-2, a high ERA. Almost a hit per inning. Not many home runs, 6 walks, and 31 strikeouts, so he does get people to swing and miss. Let's take a look now at the Chevy pitcher scouting report, ChevyOffers.com.
Orient Express, he was the first Japanese pitcher to hit 100 miles an hour, and that was in the 2004 Olympics. Need more fingers for Jason Varitek. We talked about it in the open. He's got 6 pitches: fastball, curveball, cutter, slider, change, split. He's got a pitch he calls a gyro ball that's really just a changeup. And posting, $51.5 million was the Red Sox posting fee for him to come here and sign as a New York or Boston Red Sox.
And then they had to pay him $50 million of their own money, so total cost to get Matsuzaka over $100 million. And the pitch to Johnny Damon is low, 1-0. Now the Yankees did a pretty good job against Matsuzaka last Sunday at Fenway Park. And in fact, the Red Sox sent their big three out against the Yankees: Beckett, Schilling, and Matsuzaka. And the Yankees had no trouble hitting their starting pitching, but the Yankees had trouble shutting down their offense. There's Curt Schilling, who started the Friday game against Pettit.
You know what, Michael? You can watch video all you want on a pitcher, and the Yankees obviously have seen some video on Matsuzaka before they faced him last week. But to a man, the Yankee hitters said they saw his fastball very, very well last week.
Now, I've been talking to a lot of people, and different people give different opinions on this. This is the second time the Yankees see him. Are they at an advantage, or Matsuzaka, who, because he's a Japanese pitcher, loves to have intricate scouting reports on every player, know every single weakness, is he at an advantage because now he's seeing them again?
I don't know how you feel, Al. I always felt an advantage was for the pitcher first time around. Good changeup right there. Second time around, as the Yankees are seeing him this time, I always felt like as a hitter, I've got his pitches. I've seen the arm angle. I've seen some break. I'm going to see this good changeup right here with the good action down. So I would say advantage Yankee hitters tonight.
You agree, Al?
Yes. But in the end, there's a cutter fastball down and in. I don't know if that got the corner or not, but you saw that ball late breaking.
Damon didn't think it got it. Let's take a look. Look a little inside.
Yeah, that's a tough angle there. Brian Runge's not really a home plate umpire that I always figured was a pitcher's umpire. Yeah, it's off a little bit. 1-2 count. Johnny Damon said, wait a minute, that ball's inside.
Here's Derek Jeter. Down 1-0.
But advantage, disadvantage. Ultimately in the game, this is the only sport that on defense, the pitcher is in offensive position. And if a pitcher is able to make quality pitches and exploit a hitter's weakness, always, especially with good stuff, a pitcher will have an advantage. But if you're talking about a history, the more times hitters concede those pitches,
the more times they do things like that.
Yes.
And Jeter homered off him on Sunday, so he sees the ball very well out of his hand, picks up a single. 15-game hitting streak for Derek Jeter. And here's that home run on Sunday.
We'll take a look back and see it's a breaking ball that hangs up in the zone. Derek able to drive it out of the yard over the green monster. The base hit tonight looked like a little cutter middle of the plate. But you know what? The Yankee hitter said they see Matsuzaka very well, and that tells me he doesn't have any deception in his delivery. You see the ball back in his delivery, which means it gives you a couple of extra feet to pick it up, to pick up the spin. Always a good thing for a hitter. You hate to face pitchers where, you know what, I just can't pick the ball up. You're in for a long night.
Here's Bobby Abreu. Count 1-0. Derek Jeter's now hit, dating back to last year, safely in 54 of his last 56 games. And he's been on base 31 straight games. Let's see if the Yankees run against Matsuzaka. Pretty nice streak. Either a hit, walk, or a hit by pitch. So that includes that last game against Tampa Bay when he was plunked in the first inning, but that didn't stop his hitting streak. In fact, the 15-game streak for Jeter is the longest active streak in the majors. Count 1-2 now on Abreu.
Well, he wasn't happy about the pitch before that, and this is a backdoor slider. No, that's a split changeup. Brian Runge's calling balls and strikes late, and Bobby Abreu didn't like that.
You know what? As a hitter, Johnny Damon got rung out on a questionable pitch, but you know what? Brian Runge's setting his zone for the night, and you have to adjust accordingly.
Swing and a miss. Took something off that. That's a change. And Abreu down on strikes.
Well, he got in a bad count, and this was a changeup. He threw it a little slower than the previous pitch, and you saw Bobby Abreu out in front of it. Here's our super shot, slow-mo. See his roll his hands over. Actually has the action of a screwball going down and away from the left-handed batter.
Alex Rodriguez gets a very nice hand from the stadium crowd. Dribbled slowly to third. Barehanded by Lowell. Off balance throw. Got him. Just got him at first base. So a good play by Lowell as Matsuzaka works a scoreless first. Nice play by the Gold Glove winning third baseman. No runs, a hit, and one man left. One in the books. There's no score at the stadium. Top of the second, no score between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and Mike Lowell leads off against Andy Pettitte. Let's take a look at the Mike Lowell scouting report.
Mike Lowell was a throw-in in the Josh Beckett trade. Florida Marlins said, you want Beckett, you got to take Lowell, and he's had a great couple of years, hitting .316 so far and a hooker. 4 home runs, all of them pull. And he finally struck gold. We saw the great play he just made on Alex Rodriguez. He won his only Gold Glove in '05, but he's always been known as a quality defensive third baseman.
Grounded to short, Jeter. And he gets Lowell one away. You might wonder, why did they insist Lowell be included? Well, he was owed $18 million over the final 2 years of his contract, and the Marlins wanted to get rid of that money. So they told the Red Sox, you want this young pitcher, you've got to take this onerous contract off our hands. Tonight's closed captioning is brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealer. There's Jason Varitek. And Pettitte deals. Varitek's been hitting of late, and there had been some concern in Boston that at his advanced age, maybe he was just going to be a defensive catcher for them, but he has 7 hits in his last 21 at-bats. He's 35 years old, and he had a good series against the Yankees last weekend offensively.
He could hit 200 for my team. I'll tell you, Michael, this guy, he's a quality catcher, runs a pitching staff, knows the reports, Al, knows all the hitters in the league. Whatever he hits is a bonus.
I agree, Eddie. I had a chance to be with him during the World Baseball Classic on Team USA, and exactly what you're saying, John. He's into it. He's a guy that understands the staff. He knows each of the pitchers on his staff and what their strengths and weaknesses are. That goes a long way. Of course, you want your catcher to hit, but he's very good at handling pitching staff.
It's strange that you celebrate that because you would think that all catchers would at least try to do that.
Not all of them, but I would actually pay money to see Al Leiter and Jason Varitek go through a lineup because Al was one of the most prepared pitchers out there.
There's a strike.
That would be fun actually to listen to the give and take on what he thinks about a hitter and what you think about a hitter because, like I said, Al had all his notes, all his ducks in a row. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with every lineup when he faced them.
Popped up right side. Minkevich gives it a look, but it's out of play. Varitek was the fourth of the 4 homers last Sunday against Chase Wright. Started with Manny, then J.D. Drew, then Mike Lowell, and then Jason Varitek. Had not been done in over 40 years. The 3-2. Still 3-2. Now, speaking of young pitchers, it was announced today that Phil Hughes is going to start Tuesday, so he will get a second start. He'll start Tuesday against the Texas Rangers. And if all goes well with Mike Messina, he's going to come off the DL and start Thursday against Texas. So the Yankees trying to get their starting rotation in order. Kei Agawa has been taken out of the rotation for the time being. Jeff Karstens will start tomorrow. They could have started Agawa. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Second strikeout for Pettit.
Well, for a guy who has handled Pettit, lifetime Varitek was batting .385. You saw that good fastball. Stayed on the outside part of the plate. Andy was true right through the zone. Varitek just couldn't catch up.
Here's Coco Crisp. Now, there are a lot of reasons why the Yankees love the fact that Andy Pettit came back to where it all started, but one real positive is that he has 59-18 career against the American League East. And since you play the majority of your games, 18 or 19 against all the teams in the East, and you see what he's done, he's just really dominated the Devil Rays as well, but 13-5 against the Red Sox. Hit sharply in the hole, past the diving Jeter, a base hit for Coco Crisp.
Coco Crisp has missed some games with an oblique strain, and sometimes when that happens, I think 5 games, you come up to the plate, you're not trying to do too much. Don't overswing, just try and put the ball in play, and with the way he runs, this should be his game all the time. Just put it in play, hit a lot of line drives, ground balls. Nice bid by Derek Jeter just out of his reach, but you know what, just move the ball around the field, don't try and be a home run hitter, and he's hit some home runs in the past, but in my opinion, that shouldn't be his game.
There's Dustin Pedroia, 4 for his last 39. And they are high on this kid. They think he's a high energy guy. They compare him to David Eckstein of the world champion Cardinals, but he can do a pretty decent job at second. He's not a Gold Glove caliber second baseman, but he's got to hit more than that. New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by the all-new 2007 Toyota Camry.
And Terry Francona has a quality backup in Alex Cora, who's gotten off to a good start, had a big hit against Mariano Rivera. And, you know, you got a backup playing as well as he does. It puts some pressure on this young second baseman.
Well, as fast as Coco Crisp is, as a base stealer, he better be careful, because Andy Pettit, if he doesn't have the best move in Major League Baseball, it's certainly one of the best. He's able to balance over the rubber. He doesn't move toward the plate. And if he's able to stay long enough on the backside, which is his left leg, he sees the runner going, he's able to throw to first base.
You know, Al, you talked about that good pickoff move, and from a catcher's standpoint, you always appreciated a guy like Andy Pettit, but it seems like what it's gotten to now is the base stealers, they just guess off him. And if they guess right, you really don't have a chance to throw him out. So, he does a good job holding guys on, but it's almost easier to steal third base off of Andy Pettitte than it is first base.
The 2-1. Fly ball right field. Abreu is there, and that's going to do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. Inning and a half in the books. There's no score in the Bronx between the Yankees and the Red Sox. An inning, no score, Yankees, Red Sox. Curt Schilling in the news the last couple of days through no fault of his own. Famous for the bloody sock game, Game 6 of the 2004 American League Championship Series, and there is the bloody sock. Gary Thorne, well-known broadcaster, used to broadcast Met games, now working Oriole games. He was doing the Oriole-Red Sox game the other night. Jim Palmer was alongside of him and said, that whole bloody sock thing, Doug Mirabelli told me that it was fake. It was paint. It was all for PR. And boy, all heck broke loose after that. Everybody came to the defense of Curt Schilling, including the two Yankees that were on that team, Doug Minkiewicz and Johnny Damon. And Doug Minkiewicz said, I saw them cut him open with an X-Acto knife in the trainer's room. He said the guy had 3 surgeries over 11 days. He said, I'm sure that was real blood. And then Mirabelli said that Thorne is lying, and they spoke, and Thorne said, I guess I misunderstood him. So I guess it was really blood.
You know what? Doug Mirabelli is one of those guys, I don't know how much you know him, Al, but he's a sarcastic humor type guy. So you can see that, him just having a little bit of fun, and Gary Thorne took it the wrong way. The clubhouse chatter that goes back and forth.
Now that actual sock is in the Hall of Fame. And it was suggested in some circles that they should run tests on it to see if it's in fact blood or paint. And Jeff Idelson, who used to be the PR director here at the Yankees and now is one of the heads of the Hall of Fame, said, all I know is that the sock has turned brown. The red has turned brown. I don't think red paint would turn brown. I think blood turns brown over a long period of time. And so a lot of people came to Schilling's defense. So we'll just go with the fact that it was in fact blood, which makes it a much better story. If it's paint, it just kills a lot of the drama. But he was obviously in a lot of pain, so I could see why he would get upset, and other people would get upset that were around him and part of that game, that it was insinuated that it was made up as part of PR. The 1-2. Squibbed the other way and a base hit. So Giambi leads off with a single, and now here's a matchup that an entire country has been looking forward to. It's early in the morning in Japan, but they're wide awake to see Matsui against Matsuzaka. at 9:39 a.m. Saturday morning in Tokyo. Now, Matsui was on the DL when Matsuzaka pitched against the Yankees on Sunday, so this is the first time they've hooked up in the States.
Actually, had members of the Japanese media ask me how Matsui was going to do today. Who had the advantage, the pitcher or the hitter? And I said, you know what, anything Matsui does will not surprise you. Flair for the dramatic.
He has not faced him in nearly 5 years. And they're in different leagues in Japan. And they faced each other 10 times in Japan.
You're a hitter. You have to go up there swinging the bat tonight. Brian Runge has shown everybody he's ready to call strikes tonight. So hitters better be ready. Good night to be a pitcher.
High fly ball center field. Crisp. And there's one away. So Matsuzaka wins round one.
Let's take a look at the pitch by pitch. I imagine it's probably a bigger thrill for Matsuzaka. He's 6 years younger than Matsui, who is known as Godzilla. He just threw a fastball away, threw a slider, and then at the end there was a curveball. But Matsuzaka facing Ichiro 2 starts ago. Ichiro went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. So far, Matsuzaka's done quite well against his countrymen.
Here's Posada. Count 1-0.
You know, it's interesting watching Matsuzaka. I mean, he's got a good fastball. It's in the 90s. I'm talking to Kevin Long, the hitting coach for the Yankees. He said he throws 50% off-speed pitches. And here's a fastball count. He has a tendency to throw a lot of off-speed pitches for strikes in a count like this. It's right there, a little 85-mile-an-hour cutter that he has the ability to throw strikes. And it leads me to believe, I don't know if he doesn't believe his fastball is good enough or it's just the way he's accustomed to pitching, because I think he could pitch with his fastball more than he does.
You know, and that mentality is certainly what's taught here in the minor leagues and the major league level. Everything goes off your fastball, but if you have 6 pitches like Matsuzaka has, I guess you got to figure out a way to get him in there. There's a hanging changeup.
Is there such a thing, though, of having too many pitches?
Maybe not for him. I think there is. It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to see pitchers with both a slider and a curveball because they're different out of your hand. A slider's fastball, fastball, slider. Curveball, you hook it early on. You get it set early.
Line in the center field, coming on is Crisp. He'll make the play. So Posada hit it well, but right at Coco Crisp. 2 down.
But I know what you're saying, John. You know, if you have somebody who throws with the velocity he has, you see the super shot slow-mo. That was a cut fastball in on the hands, just enough for Jorge. Down and in, usually a sweet spot. He hit it well, line drive right at Coco Crisp.
I always felt like if a pitcher had a good fastball and you established that early, you're going to have more room for error with your off-speed pitches later on. You know, the Yankees now know that you can sit soft in fastball counts, look for an off-speed pitch, and 50% of the time you're going to get it.
Cano fouls it off.
You know, and another concern that you're aware of as the pitcher-catcher goes through their scout report is early on, you don't want to throw the kitchen sink. If you can get through the lineup with just using a fastball and maybe one other pitch, don't let them see all of your pitches. Normally, for me, you use all your pitches early on because it's desperation. You're already giving up a lot of hits, maybe some runs, and you're letting it all out. So, you know, it's worked for Matsuzaka, but I understand what you're saying. If the hitters are able to see all the pitches later in the game, especially when the pitcher gets tired, could be trouble.
It's a good point, because I always love that feeling as a catcher when you get late in the game that, you know, a Jason Varitek has not seen my pitcher's best pitch. You know, that's always a nice feeling when it gets to those middle to late innings. And like you said, Al, he goes to the well early. you have a pretty good idea after your first at bat what you're going to see and how you're going to be pitched. And it's a nice challenge for Jason Varitek. There's a lot to work with, don't get me wrong. But I think he's still trying to lead Matsuzaka down the right path and establish your fastball and go from there. And we heard about a fastball that hits the mid-90s. We didn't see that last week in Boston, and we're not seeing it tonight. They're an 89-mile-an-hour fastball, but mostly 90, 91. Not overpowering, but still good enough.
1-2, struck him out. 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and that'll do it for the Yankees in the second. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We've played two here at the stadium. There's no score. The Hummer game wrap-up. Keep it right here from My 9 News with Brenda Blackman, Harry Martin, and the Emmy Award-winning I-Team as they uncover stories that matter to you. Plus, sports with Russ Salzberg. Catch all the highlights of tonight's game and sports action from around the country. My 9 News tonight after the Hummer game wrap-up. Julio Lugo leads off, and Andy Pettit with a breaking ball strike. The Sim scoreboard. There's no score top of the third. First game of this three-game set. Yankees trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. And the count is 1-1.
We were talking last inning about Coco Crisp, knowing your spot in the lineup and knowing whether you're a power guy or not. And certainly if you're batting eighth and possess what Coco Crisp possesses, you really should be able to use all the fields. And similar to Julio Lugo there, where he deposits a base hit to right field in front of Bobby Abreu, sometimes when guys have years where they get a few home runs, they get, I wouldn't say home run happy, but career high for Julio Lugo in 2003 at 15 home runs. He's a guy that needs to get on base, walk, whatever you need to do to get the middle of the guys up there with you on base. And that's certainly what the Red Sox look for in Julio Lugo, and he really hasn't done it. That was only his third hit so far this season against left-handers in 17 at-bats.
And they need offense out of Lugo because they lose something defensively by putting him at shortstop. That's the reason they signed him, is to get better offense. And they're kind of weak defensively up the middle. There's Kevin Youkilis. And the count 1-0. Now we mentioned Runge is slow with the strike ball call. If you're catching though, is he telling you immediately?
You hear him bark something out. So you know right away if it's a ball or a strike, but it takes a little while for that right hand to go up. But he'll whisper. He'll not whisper. He'll just let you know ball or strike right away.
And I never understood why the league, Major League Baseball in general, they have umpire supervisors. Posada goes out and talks with Pettit. Why they allow an umpire to do that? Because I think it affects the running game. People don't know, is that a strike? Should I go 3-2? Am I staying? I mean, it should be an immediate call. Tim McClellan, who's considered one of the best umpires in baseball, has an extremely slow call. And you can't tell me that that doesn't affect the game on the field, because if he's whispering, the base runners and the fielders aren't hearing it. And those are the umpires tonight. Bruce Fleming, the crew chief. The 2-0. 3-0. Al, you just gave me a look. You didn't agree with that?
No, I do. I was thinking about Brian Runge. He's one of those umpires. There's very few, and one of the, I won't say the worst, but one of the toughest. And Bruce Fromming, who's been umpiring, I believe, in the major leagues for 50 years, or professional baseball for 50 years this year. Bruce Fromming, the first base umpire. But Brian Runge is the son of Paul Runge, longtime major league umpire, and he was a National League umpire. He was very deliberate the same way, very slow. You didn't really know. He wasn't loud. You know, you had to kind of turn around with strike ball. And maybe he's adopting the same thing as his dad taught him.
(3-1). Youkilis hits one deep to left. Fair ball. It is trouble. It's gone. A 2-run home run for Kevin Youkilis. And the Red Sox are on the board. They lead the Yankees 2-0.
Kevin Youkilis, known as a guy who takes a lot of pitches. He got himself in a hitter's count, 3-1, and he has a reputation for using the whole field. But if you get in a hitter's count, you can sit on one zone, one spot, one location, and he gets it. Watch how he keeps his hands inside right there. That gives him the ability to keep the ball fair and not hook it foul. Sees it in, gets his pitch, and just drops his hands inside. Flight of the ball will be true, and he keeps it fair for a 2-run home run. If you get your hands out front too quick right there, you're going to hook that ball foul and give away that pitch to hit.
Here's David Ortiz. And there's a strike. Youkilis' second home run of the year. Now has 7 RBIs.
It's not a bad spot in the lineup to hit in front of David Ortiz and Manny Ramirez. Probably going to get a lot of pitches to hit.
Now, if you're a pitcher, Alan, your offense has been struggling, at least yesterday and the last couple of days. Do you get in a funk now because you're down 2-0, and do you have to pitch differently where I've got to lock them right here?
Oh, God, no. Andy Pettit should be thinking about a fastball down the way right here. Elevate a fastball up in Big Poppy's eyes and then finish him with a curveball. That's what you think about. You don't ever think out of the box of other people's issue of whatever's going on. Right now, you're looking in there, looking at Jorge Posada. What do I want to do? And make a pitch. That's what your job is.
Ground ball to second on the outfield grass, Cano. And Ortiz hustling down the line, gets gunned down, 1 away. Well, that's quite a feat, Al, because you're telling me that you're able to etch a sketch everything out of your mind.
When you're right and you're on, that's a fastball run away. Big Poppy pulled off of that a little bit. When you're on, that's what you do. Yes, the dominant, the superior players, your perennial all-star, your great players, they do that. When they get in slumps, prolonged slumps, stop. How do they stop? You get it out of your mind. Manny Ramirez is in a slump. You know, what does he do? How does he get the negativity out of his mind? You break it down. You break the smallest piece of this game down to what your job is, and that's to execute. Right here, you get a strike. Manny Ramirez is looking to put a good swing on it, hit it hard. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. It's difficult. This whole game is difficult. This is a special sport. It takes a lot of skill.
Can a catcher allow himself to expand the horizons, or are you just thinking about that next pitch as well, John?
No, I'm thinking about where my fielders are, what the hitter is doing. Did he cheat for a fastball on the pitch before? You know, Manny Ramirez just took that pitch. What did he do when he took it? Did he try and cheat for a fastball? And you got a lot of other thoughts going on. You know, I read in the paper today that Andy Pettit says he doesn't even know who the batter is up there. He's so locked in on Jorge Posada in the strike zone. I can't even fathom that type of concentration, because in a catcher's mind, you have so many other things coming into play.
Well, he has to know who the batter is based on a scout report, or don't go over scout report, but he doesn't see the hitter. That's what he means.
There's a soft ground ball to short. Jeter. Scooped by Minkevich, and there's 2 away.
I think that's the most difficult thing for fans and anybody who hasn't played this game. Very nice play. Derek Jeter catching it in the in-between hop. Nice scoop by Doug Minkiewicz. Is in order for players to perform at this level, you have to get into that world of not thinking about anything other than what your job is. And the players that are mediocre probably allow more distractions to come into it. And they let it happen longer, prolonged slumps, losing streaks.
Pitch that Drew is outside. Are you meaning to tell me, though, that Al, that Andy Pettitte took the mound today, didn't realize that the Yankees have lost 6 in a row? That's not on his mind?
Somewhere during the day and the night, no question about it. You know what the situation is around the team and what's needed. But when you get warming up, especially, and you're in the game right now, that is not in your mind, not even close. And if it is, you're gonna play poorly. You won't make quality pitches, and it'll just keep going.
Here's the 2-0.
That's mental toughness. That's mental toughness. Not punching water coolers or breaking bats or throwing things. Mental toughness is to get in that little world, and Andy Pettitte has done it as good as any pitcher in Major League Baseball. There you see his pitches, 54 total pitches, 31 strikes.
There's a strike. The count 3-1. J.D. Drew grounded out to first in the first. Red Sox lead 2-0. Fly ball right field. Abreu is there off the end of the bat, and he puts it away for the final out of the third. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left. The big blow, a 3-1 pitch. Kevin Youkilis drives it into the seats and left. His second home run of the year after 2.5. 2-0 Sox. New York Yankees baseball on My 9 is brought to you in part by Hummer, like nothing else. Geico, 15 minutes can save you 15%. Call or visit geico.com. And by Mercedes. (2-0) Red Sox over the Yankees. Matsuzaka has a lead, and he deals to Doug Minkiewicz for a strike. So the bottom of the third underway on the Sim scoreboard. 2-4-0 Red Sox, 0-2-0 for the Yankees. Lays that one in there for a strike. The count 0-2.
And Al, you talked about that mental toughness of an Andy Pettitte, a guy like Doug Minkiewicz who's going through his struggles right now. You're thinking about this slump from the moment you wake up in the morning till you get to the park, till you go to sleep at night. You just can't wait to get it out of the way.
And it extends with that, strike 3. 4 strikeouts for Matsuzaka. And Minkiewicz is not in love with the call. A couple of Yankees haven't been. And Joe Torre's telling Brian Runge, all right, that's enough. Because it seemed like Runge took the mask off and was extending the conversation with Minkevich.
Well, Doug's not happy with the call, but you're Brian Runge. It looks like a pretty good pitch. You're Brian Runge. You've established your strike zone tonight, that you're going to call strikes and you're looking to call strikes. And you know what? The hitters have to make adjustments to what that umpire has established, and he's a pitcher's umpire tonight.
There's a strike to Johnny Damon. Along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. We thank you for spending part of your Friday evening with us. We're in the bottom of the third inning on the strength of a Kevin Youkilis 2-run home run. Red Sox lead 2-0. I used to talk to Wade Boggs about that, John, where I said, why do you complain like when you have a John Hirschbeck on the mound and there's a wide strike zone? I said, why don't you just know it's a wide strike zone? He said, because I've been learning my strike zone since I was 6 years old, and you can't expect me to all of a sudden change it because there's a different umpire up there. You buy that or not?
Yeah, for a guy like Boggsy, sure, he could do that. I mean, the rest of us mere mortals, we don't have that kind of strike discipline. You know what? I feel like, working with umpires, Alan, you know this too. They establish it early, and they let you know they're either going to have a tight zone or they're going to have a big zone. And it's your job to kind of move accordingly. The only time you have a problem is if it's not fair for both clubs. Tonight it seems to be.
And also if it changes from the first inning to the seventh.
Right. If you're calling a game differently late in the ball game, then we're going to have a problem. And that's where a catcher will have his relationship with the umpire and have a lot of conversations. But so far, early in this ball game, it's a pitcher's umpire.
Yankee Stadium is at Questech Stadium. Brian Runge will be reported on, and there'll be a statistic as to how many pitches he missed. There's 10 stadiums in baseball that have Questech. Yankee Stadium is one of them. He is being evaluated by that camera right there. After they comprise all these numbers, a little box, and they figure out the percentages of correct calls and incorrect calls.
I don't know how they can evaluate that. The plastic in front of the camera is very dusty. I don't know if they're getting a good shot of that.
It's GPS, Michael. Coordinates.
All right. The 2-2. Just missed. Count full.
The best fastball we've seen from Matsuzaka tonight, 94 miles an hour. Just off the inside corner.
That was almost the same pitch that struck out Damon in the first. Holds up on that pitch and he works a walk. So maybe the Yankees harping on Runge got him a couple close calls there.
Do you believe that?
I believe it a little bit, but it's interesting. The fastballs that he missed that were close that he didn't call were fastballs. The off-speed pitches that were close, he was calling strikes. So, try and figure that one out. Sometimes an off-speed pitch, you're going to get a little longer look at it. Gives him the ability to call more strikes.
Here's Derek Jeter. He singled in the first inning. 15-game hitting streak with that single. Mike Lowell's at 12. Count 1-0. We've spoken in the past couple of weeks, John, about guest hitters, guys that go up there and sit on a pit. Boy, it'd be tough to be a guest hitter against a guy with 6 pitches.
No, you would guess slow or hard.
Okay.
You would look off speed or you would look fastball. You couldn't guess for a specific pitch. It would just more be speeds. Set yourself up for a speed and then take your chances.
And he has more than 2 speeds too. So I guess he's tough for that sort of hitter.
And also it's why Andy Pettitte has gotten off to a good start this year. He's changing speeds on every pitch he throws now. Now the cutter isn't one speed. The changeup is a different speed. The curveball is hard, then the curveball's soft. And as a hitter, it disrupts your timing. You can't get comfortable.
So Varitek wants to go out and talk with Daisuke Matsuzaka. Bobby Abreu waits on deck. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees.
Now that trip right there, I can't imagine there was a whole lot of dialogue going on back and forth with Varitek and Matsuzaka. Runge didn't call a couple of close pitches. Gets behind 2-0. I just think Jason was going out there to give him a little break, give him a chance to regroup. You don't have to say anything. You just have to slow him down.
The 2-0. There's a strike. The count 2-1. Big crowd here at the stadium. All 3 games sold out. And despite a somewhat overcast night, most of the seats are filled. The 2-1. Grounded to short. Lugo bobbles. Everybody's safe. The progression of thought there for Lugo. Double play. Let me get one guy. Let me get nobody.
And you don't want to do too much at the plate if you're Julio Lugo, but you have to make the everyday play. This play right here with a guy like Johnny Damon running, you got to make sure you can get that out at second base. If not, the safer play is to get the out at first base, especially with a 2-0 lead. You said it, Michael. Lugo not known for his defensive prowess. Big error right there.
And that's a big chance the Red Sox are taking, having Lugo. Last year they had one of the best shortstops really of all time defensively. Alex Gonzalez, just outstanding, but they didn't think he hit enough. And now they've taken a big drop defensively, and they're going to try to live with it. Here's Bobby Abreu. Count 0-1. You know, a couple of Red Sox executives were asked about taking a chance with Lugo. See that pitch dive down and in, and they said, well, we've got fly ball pitchers.
Good, hard, boring cut fastball there that just kept going to the back leg of Bobby Abreu.
Don't know if you want too many fly balls in Fenway Park.
That's true. Chopped over the middle. Let's see if Lugo makes this one. There's one, and there's two. So a 6-6-3 double play, and Bobby Abreu in the throes of a 2-for-23 slump. No runs, no hits, one error, and because of the double play, nobody left on base. 3 in the books here in the Bronx. Red Sox 2 and the New York Yankees nothing. The Dodge trivia question. Dodge, you can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Mariano Rivera saved 45 games for Andy Pettitte. What closer has the most saves for a particular pitcher? We start the 4th pitch up and away, 1-0. 2-0 Red Sox lead on Kevin Youkilis's 2-run home run. It's Lowell, Varitek, and Crisp against the Yankees veteran left-hander. Fly ball center field. Damon, one away. Still cold out there as you see Johnny Damon blowing smoke as he breathing hard. End of April and it still feels like October. Here's Jason Varitek.
Be a nice inning for Andy Pettitte and Jorge Posada to have a nice quick 1-2-3, keep that pitch count down. It's already up to 58, going on 59. 2 pitches to get Lowell out, see if they can get some early swings here.
There's a strike.
Pitch counts become a factor now with the bullpen that's overworked. There you see the 59 pitches. Got to get these starters to go deeper in a ball game.
Yesterday with the kid, Phil Hughes on the mound, he went just 4 1/3, so another long day for the bullpen. And he wants to go a little deeper than that. Foul back.
I watched that game last night. I listened to you guys work the game, and I really liked the look in his eye when he came out for the second inning. First inning, it almost looked like the deer in the headlights. When he came out for the second inning, it looked like, you know what, enough of that. Now it's time to pitch. And I was impressed with his stuff. I was impressed with the way he carried himself.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Varitek down on strikes, 2 away.
After a changeup, he throws this cutter that looked like it was supposed to be backdoor, but for a guy in Varitek who's been successful against Andy Pettitte lifetime, Andy's aware of that, Veritek's aware of that, changed the pattern. I think that changeup prior to that slider right there, that's what got him out in front. Usually, when Jason Varitek is right, he's a pretty good low ball hitter.
There's that change way out in front.
Well, Coco Crisp had some big shoes to fill in Johnny Damon's shoes. But he's another guy like Lugo, John was talking about. You have to know your role, and your role isn't to try to hit home runs. It's you're fast, get on base, hit the ball on the ground, see pitches, make the pitcher work. Base on balls, whatever it is to get on base.
Well, he wasn't doing that well enough. He's been a disappointment for the Red Sox. He was supposed to be their leadoff hitter, and they've dropped him all the way down to the number 8 spot, moved Lugo up there. But he was supposed to replace Damon in center and at the top of the lineup. Hasn't happened. Strike 3. Crisp down looking. Andy Pettitte dealing here in the 4th inning as the Red Sox go down in order 1, 2, 3. 4 strikeouts for Andy Pettitte. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Boston 2, New York nothing.
Tremendous start of the season. Here we look at 2006, 2007. Kevin Long, the new hitting coach, was talking about trying to get A-Rod's foot down a little quicker. See on 2007, up, down, you watch his foot. It comes down a little sooner, allowing his front hip to clear a little bit more. You see he's more upright. He's not getting jammed as much. Normally that high pitch is not an area where A-Rod is very good at. Doesn't get jammed, throws his hands. That clearing of the hip and his foot down being a little sooner, he's able to stand more upright. He's a little firmer in his stance. Some of the reasons why he's having a record month.
Grounded to third in the first. There's a strike.
And it's interesting to watch here. Matsuzaka last week in Boston, first pitch, he runs one up and in on Alex. It hits him in the elbow. But he kind of set the tone. He was the first pitcher that said, you know what? You're on fire. I'm going to establish the inside. And since then, Alex has gotten a hit off him. But that first at bat, he was reaching that ball away. It's amazing. A week later, you still remember the at-bats. You still remember what the pitcher tried to do to you. And he's staying away right now exclusively, and he has Alex a little bit off balance.
Especially Alex. Alex is as prepared as anybody. He knows all of his at-bats. Not only his own at-bats. I was really amazed that he knows after this game, he'll know on a 2-2 pitch what Damon got from Matsuzaka. He really pays attention and knows what the pitcher's doing, what they're trying to do. Let's take a look at the side view. Here, less movement. His foot comes down. Transfer of weight. Kevin Long was talking about trying to get him to stand a little more upright. His head is down on the ball, but he was just getting closed off a little bit and getting jammed a little more often last year than he is now. You see a lot of balls that he's catching out front. And anytime a strong hitter like Alex can catch a ball out front of him, it's going to go a long way.
1-2 to A-Rod. And the count 2-2. Alex 12 for his last 28, 373, 14 homers, which is tied for the most ever in the month of April with Albert Pujols of the Cardinals. See Jason Giambi on deck. Probably wants that one back, and that was probably the best fastball that Matsuzaka's thrown, so he reached back, had a little something extra.
And that's the difference. This swing right here is the difference. Veritek going up. Alex doesn't get this, but he gets enough of it to foul it off. It keeps him in the at-bat. Last year, Al, that's the pitch that he swings right through. This year, he fouls it off, gives himself another chance, and you hope for a mistake from Matsuzaka, and then you could do some damage.
And the 2-2. Missed inside, and the count 3-2.
Well, he went away, 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 and he took his shot to try and freeze Alex inside, just misses off the plate. Got to believe 3-2. He'd probably go back away right here after a fastball in. We'll take a look.
Breaking ball upstairs. A-Rod took it and works a leadoff walk. Let's take a look at the Dodge trivia question and the subsequent answer. Mariano Rivera saved 45 games for Andy Pettitte. What closer has the most saves for a particular pitcher? And the answer is Dennis Eckersley saved 55 games for Bob Welch while they were with the Athletics. Mariano would have 47, but he blew 2 of Andy's wins so far this year. But they will be together all year. Here's Giambi. Red Sox shift. The entire left side of the infield is open right now. You've got Lowell shaded up the middle as the third baseman. 3 infielders on the right side. And the Yankees have been struggling offensively, and it's not that easy to get a ball and go that way, but you push the bunt, you might get 2. Count 2-0.
That was Daisuke's first time he walked the leadoff batter in an inning.
51 pitches, 33 strikes, so good strike to ball ratio. Matsuzaka, a national hero in Japan from the time that he was in high school. They have a high school tournament which is akin to the NCAA basketball tournament here in the States. And in one of the games he threw 260 pitches. And he was a national sensation before he even became a pro. Al just looked at me and said, "You mean 160?" No, he threw 260 pitches in a game. 17-inning game.
Wow. So much for that 100 pitch count.
The 3-0. I was talking to Mets pitching coach Rick Peterson about that, about whether pitch counts are right or wrong in this league or in baseball. I said, because in Japan they don't have it. He said, if you study the history of Japanese pitchers, John Farrell will come out and talk with Matsuzaka, they all burn out by the age of 30. He said, so I believe that the high pitch counts when they're teenagers and when they're youngsters, I think it does adversely affect them. You buy it?
Well, they also work, I won't say they work harder than American pitchers, but they're always throwing. They pitch once a week. In Japan, they have Monday off, so basically you pitch once every 7 days. But in between, they pitch a lot. They throw a lot. They work out a lot. I don't know. Sometimes I think, especially in the latter part of my career, just leave it alone. You know, sometimes you end up working too much, and it actually hurts your arm.
You know, talking to the Yankees, too, Keiagawa is one of those guys. He's throwing all the time. I mean, 85-pitch bullpen sessions. Sounds a little too much to me.
And that's something the Red Sox have to fight with Matsuzaka. He wants to stay in the game 160, 170 pitches, and they're taking him out 110, 120, and he doesn't like it. And Matsui fouls it away. Count 0-1.
Well, after Matsuzaka's start against Seattle, his side work with John Farrell was limited. John Farrell, the pitching coach for the Red Sox, said, look, let's back off here a little bit. You know, it's a little different here. You don't go every 7 days. There's John Farrell. And his best velocity, best stuff, he struck out 10 batters against the Blue Jays, and there definitely is a correlation to that. You have 4 days off in between your start. Sometimes just rest it. Leave it alone.
First and second on 2 walks, nobody out, the 0-1. And the count 1-1. So Matsuzaka in his first jam here. Yankees had 2 runners on in the third with 1 man out, and then Abreu wrapped into a double play. But here, first and second, nobody out. You've got A-Rod at second and Giambi at first. Yankees down 2-0. Red Sox manager Terry Francona. And the count is 2-1. So the crowd getting into it. Matsuzaka just doesn't look like the type of pitcher that's going to get rattled. You know, he's been in a lot of these situations, pitched in the Japanese World Series, World Baseball Classic, MVP there. So he might be a rookie in the major leagues, but he is so far not a rookie. The 2-1. Count 2-2, and Matsui couldn't believe that call, and also he waited for Runge to make the call.
It's a good fastball in the inside corner. Runs back a little bit, maybe a little two-seamer. You can see Brian Runge takes a long time to get that right hand up.
Joe Torre suffering through a 6-game losing streak. Trying to keep the same stoic demeanor. The 2-2. Late swing, almost off the very end of the bat, right into the stands. Matsui faced Matsuzaka in a Japanese World Series game, and he was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Preseason, All-Star, and Japanese Series, 2 for 17 lifetime. Matsui against Matsuzaka with 1 home run. And that was in the All-Star game. Nub foul.
And this is the ability Hideki Matsui has, the ability to spoil the tough pitches. 2 strikes, you go into 2-strike hitting mode, just trying to put the ball in play, and he's got that ability to foul off the tough pitches and wait for the mistake. When he gets it, he usually puts it in play very hard. Talked to a bunch of Red Sox players, and they say Matsui's the guy they hated to see come up in the big spots since he's been over here, because he always gives you that quality at bat.
The 2-2. One pitch away from loading the bases with nobody out. Posada waits on deck. Crowd doing its best to rattle Matsuzaka. On their feet. Runners go, 3-2 up and away. Bases loaded on 3 walks.
Well, we've been talking about that. If a pitcher uses all of his pitches early on, it's fine if you're throwing strikes, you're getting ahead, and you're using, in his case, all 6 pitches. But when you get in a situation like this and you get behind and you need to throw strikes, you've let it all out. You've shown all your pitches. There's a 3-2 changeup that he tried to throw. He didn't give up on it, but as these Yankee hitters see more of these pitches and he's throwing it all, much more of an advantage for the Yankee hitters.
Can the Yankees break out of their malaise right here? A 6-game losing streak. They're trailing 2-0 here on a Friday night in New York City. Joe Torre finally has something to smile about. Bases loaded, nobody out. Posada 3 for 3 this year with the bases loaded and 5 ribbies, and Matsuzaka steps off.
If you're Jorge Posada, the 3 walks in the inning, you walk up there, you're ready to go from the first pitch. You know that Matsuzaka wants to get ahead of you with the bases full. Be ready to hit from the get-go right here.
Threw him a breaking ball, and he dropped it in there for a strike. There's Matsuzaka's pitches by inning, and they are climbing. 11 in the first, 15 in the second.
Talked about all the pitches. He's got a lot of confidence, Al. You said it, the 3-2 changeup, that was a ball, but he has confidence in all his off-speed pitches, able to drop a curveball in there for strike 1.
Check swing, did he go? No, said the third base umpire, Mike Winters.
Take a look at the check swing. Clearly didn't swing. Mike Winters had the call right. A lot of times pitchers are going to go back to what they feel most comfortable with when they get in tight situations. It looks like Matsuzaka's more comfortable with the off-speed pitches.
One. Punched out left field. Coming on Manny Ramirez. A long run, slides, can't make the play. A-Rod will score, runners move up. It's an RBI bloop single for Posada. Yankees are on the board. Red Sox lead now 2-1.
When you lose 6 games in a row, you're looking for little things to get you going. Here, Jorge Posada gets jammed. He doesn't hit it very well. Manny Ramirez has a long way to come for this ball. Nice slide, nice play just to keep it in front. Alex Rodriguez heads up base running. He can't do anything until he sees the ball down. Yankees play it station to station.
That's an important play for him to block that ball, because if it gets past him, 3 runs would have scored. So Posada now 4 for 4 this year with the bases loaded and 6 ribbies. Yankees still nobody out. Here's Robinson Cano, who struck out in the 2nd inning. Now Cano does not have good numbers with the bases loaded, so he tenses up. A different hitter, 9 for 41. Count 1-0.
This is where this series and this stadium does have effect on what's happening. If you could, as a visiting player, if you could come in as a pitcher and keep the fans quiet by just doing your job, it's not that tough. But in situations like this where you know you're scrambling, you need to throw strikes, you need to get back into it, these Yankee fans are an advantage, obviously.
Dials up for the fastball there, and the count 1-1. Seems like he has different levels of fastballs, John.
It's a good fastball. I mean, it's a 1-0 count. It's a hitter's count. He's able to throw it by a very good hitter in Robinson Cano, 93 miles an hour. And, you know, as an ex-catcher sitting up here, you almost get frustrated that he doesn't throw more fastballs and establish that. It would make his off-speed pitches that much more effective.
The Red Sox have the left-handed J.C. Romero warming up. This will be the 67th pitch for Matsuzaka. Swing and a miss in the count 1-2. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball on My 9. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning, and the Red Sox lead the Yankees 2-1. First game of a 3-game set. 4th game of 18 between these two teams. Red Sox swept the series last weekend in Fenway. Revenge this weekend for the Yankees? They're trying. And the 1-2. Going up the ladder in the count 2-2. Cano struck out in the 2nd inning. You've got Giambi at 3rd. 68 pitches for Matsuzaka, 41 strikes. As Mattingly and Torrey converse. You've got Matsui on 2nd and Posada at 1st. Fouled away.
Is it different hitting with the bases loaded as opposed to 1st and 2nd or nobody on?
It depends on your mentality. I would always go up there and I'd put more pressure on myself. Like, I got a chance to do something big here. You know, the guys who have success with the bases loaded, Jorge Posada, one of those, I think they realize the pitcher's in trouble. You're in trouble. I'm going to wait for you to come to me and make a mistake. I never had that ability. I got excited. I got caught up in the moment. I might be able to do something big. And as an end result, I wasn't very productive with the bases loaded.
And that might be what Cano's going through, because he's 9 for 41. Usually you see hitters, their average with the bases loaded is higher than their lifetime average, and it's the opposite with Cano. So he's putting too much pressure on himself. He's not a bad hitter with runners in scoring position, but with the bases loaded, well, you know he's not a 220 hitter. He does have 1 grand slam, though.
Bases loaded, the pitcher's in trouble. He needs to throw strikes. He needs to get into the count. Preferably, you want a ground ball or a strikeout to not have the runner at 3rd base score. Wait him out, or at least get your pitch.
I think the big thing from a pitching standpoint, don't try and do too much right here. You know, pitch to contact just down where you can get a double play. You trade a double play for the run, and then you can kind of finish out the inning. I think a lot of times, Alan, I might be wrong. You try and strike everybody out to pitch your way out of it. More times than not, that's not going to happen.
Two-two. He did get the strikeout. A swing and a miss by Cano, 1 away. Cano 0 for 2 against Matsuzaka.
Well, let's take a look at the pitch by pitch. He gets behind. Robbie's maybe a little anxious, as Flash was talking about. That's a fastball, outer half. If he's staying on the ball, not trying to do too much, maybe goes to left field. That's a good cut fastball. Chased the high fastball there in his first at bat. He tried to get him to chase again. You see 93 miles an hour. Fastball fouls it off. Good split changeup. It was a good pitch. It looked about knee high, and you saw that dropped out about 1.5 feet.
Now it's Minkevich, who struck out looking. Didn't like the called 3rd strike. That was in the 3rd inning. Foul back.
See if this is that gyro ball. They said he throws a gyro ball, which is really nothing more than a changeup. See how he inverted his hand? What is a screwball or a changeup? Let's see if we can get his hand rotating out as opposed to rotating in. You'll see his thumb go out toward 3rd base, and that gives that football spin that'll go down and away from the lefty. That hurts my elbow just watching it.
The 0-1. Popped up. Middle of the infield. Lowell 2 away. So Matsuzaka 1 out away from escaping this jam relatively unscathed, but that one batter standing in his way of that is Johnny Damon.
You're Doug McCavitt and you're struggling. We just talked about it. I always put more pressure on myself in these situations with the bases loaded. One swing of the bat, you feel like you can break out of a slump. Couple of big RBIs, and Matsuzaka ran a little cutter in on his hands.
Damon's had success with the bases loaded here at the stadium in the other uniform. He's had a lot of success with the bases loaded. Game 7 of the 2004 ALCS, he hit a grand slam. Grounded foul. And let's take a look at that grand slam. Javi Vasquez. And that one broke the Yankees' bat. As the Red Sox came back from a 3-0 deficit. Not runs, games. Never before done in Major League Baseball. And they went on to win the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Giambi, Matsui, Posada, 2 outs. And the 0-1. 1-1.
Al, if you're a pitcher, can you sniff it here? You get these 2 outs and you're like, oh, I got it now.
Oh, no question. You mentioned early on, you made a good point, John, about bases loaded. You'll give up a run at third base, let Giambi score if you can get a sac fly or ground ball or anything. You get a double play, you get 2 outs and a run score. But if you could get the 2 strikes, and especially 0-2, 1-2 count, you're thinking strikeout. You're thinking strikeout, something in the infield or infield pop-up. He gets the strikeout, and then he gets the infield pop-up. There's no question. You elevate that confidence and know, okay, I'm going to make a pitch here. Now all you need is an out. You're not even thinking about saving that run. You just any out.
1-1. Upstairs, 2-1. Damon's not going to make it easy. The anatomy of a rally. A walk to A-Rod, a walk to Giambi, a walk to Matsui, a bloop single in front of Manny Ramirez by Posada. That scored a run. Then Cano strikes out. Minkiewicz pops to Lowell. And it's bases loaded, 2 outs, 2-1, Red Sox lead. And the pitch. 1 pitch away now from forcing in a run.
Sitting fastball?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Even this guy, he's thrown out of 76 pitches. Up to his 64th pitch, he threw 31 off-speed pitches.
You're also talking to a guy who sat fastball his whole career. You know that better than anybody, Al.
3-1. And now the count is full. 2 men out, and everyone will be going.
Now you really find out about him. He threw a 3-2 changeup to walk Matsui. Got 3-2 count right here. You execute your pitch with an off-speed pitch, you're probably going to get an out. It's one of those things, Al. If you throw for a strike, it's a great pitch. If you throw for a ball, what were you thinking? How could you throw that pitch?
Except for Matsuzaka. He's shown he's thrown it all. He's got a lot of pitches, different angles, different speeds. 50% of the time, he's throwing off-speed pitches.
Damon 3 for 29 this year with 2 strikes. Runners go. And that one is looped into right field. Coming on Drew. It's a base hit. 1 run scores. 2 runs score. It's a 2-run single for Johnny Damon. And the Yankees have taken a 3-2 lead.
I think I just read Johnny Damon's lips. I think he said, wow, a 3-2 changeup. You don't see too many pitchers who have this much confidence in their off-speed pitches. Throws it for a strike. Johnny Damon goes into emergency mode right here. Eyes down on the ball. The little half swing, just enough to put it in play. And you see it in the super shot slow-mo here. The good movement down. That's the old emergency hack right there, and it pays off for 2 RBIs. From a hitter's standpoint, you got to give him credit. You're no way you thinking he's going to throw that pitch for a strike, and he did. And you spoiled his best pitch for 2 RBIs.
Looked like a cricket swing.
Here's Derek Jeter. He's 1 for 2, singled and reached on an E6. Runners on first and third with 2 outs. So the Yankees have taken the lead back from the Red Sox. Goes with the fastball, the count 0-1.
Well, Matsuzaka had an opportunity to get out of it where walks will hurt every pitcher leadoff walks especially. He had the first 3 batters of the inning to walk and nearly got out of it.
Tap past the diving Euclid in the right field. Posada scores. Ball bobbled by Drew. That allows Damon to go to third. An RBI single for Jeter. An E9 on Drew. And the Yankees lead 4-2.
Well, you get a couple of breaks, and next thing you know, you got a rally going right here. Derek Jeter, it's an aggressive hitter with a little slider cutter. Just kind of punches it the other way with 2 outs. Yankees doing a nice job of just hanging in there and putting the ball in play, and some good things are starting to happen.
So Jeter picks up his 7th ribby. Matsuzaka is at 80 pitches. J.C. Romero is ready, and Francona's just trying to figure out, should I take him out or not? He's thrown 38 pitches this inning. This inning has gone 25 minutes. This half inning has gone 25 minutes so far. It's a long time to be on the mound. You're on the mound 25 minutes, Al. You getting fatigued?
I think I'm out of the game already. And if the Yankee hitters, they'd like to hit for another 25 minutes. Yes. I relate to pitch counts within the inning as a boxer would in time of a round. If you're used to a 1:30 round, all of a sudden the ref comes out and says, okay, this is 2.5 minutes. It's hard. Most pitchers have about 12 to 16, 17 pitches. That's typical of an inning. You go over that, yes. You're lifting your leg, your delivery, concentration. It's tiring.
Now, on the flip side, is it too much rest for Andy Pettitte? Does he get stale? Now, of course, he wants the runs, but he hasn't been on the mound in 25 minutes. The 2-0. Popped up. Manny Ramirez puts it away for the final out. So the Yankees bat around. They didn't exactly bat Matsuzaka around, but they score 4 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. We have played 4 full here at the stadium. New York Yankees lead the Boston Red Sox 4-2, 4-5-0 for the Yanks, 2-4-2 for the Red Sox. We take it to the 5th inning here on My 9. The pitch to Dustin Pedroia is a strike. So the Yankees get Andy Pettitte 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th, and he promptly deals a strike. He's at 66 pitches so far. It'll be Pedroia, Lugo, and Euclid, 9, 1, and 2 in the Red Sox order. A bunt down the third baseline, but it kicks foul.
Andy Pettitte's perspective, you just got 4 runs. You want to go out there and attack the bottom of this lineup. 9-1-2. Make them put the ball in play. Hopefully have a quick inning. Get your team back in there ready to score some more runs. Nice quick shutdown inning.
Now, Al, how difficult is it to be sitting on the bench for 25 minutes?
I'd sit for an hour and 20 minutes. If they got 10, 15 runs, I'll take my chances of getting 3 outs.
All right, we know you like the outs, but is it difficult going out on the mound resting for 25 minutes?
Sometimes, and if you get a chance to run out there really quickly and get a couple extra throws, sometimes the umpires will let you do that. It could affect the first few pitches. Didn't for Andy. He's 0-2. Not that cold tonight. Weather has bearing on that.
Were you one of those guys who went in the clubhouse in between innings, or you sat on the dugout?
I like sitting in the dugout, or sometimes, when it gets hot, usually in the runways, it's a little cooler.
Right.
But I didn't like going up there. There's distraction up there. First of all, TV's on, and there's other stuff, and people aren't playing. They're doing, whatever. And, no, I like to be on the bench.
Also, it's a hike at Shea Stadium to the home clubhouse. Longer than Yankee Stadium, right?
Yes. This tunnel is not a very good tunnel to sit in. It's narrow.
And the 1-2. Driven out to right field. Fairly deep. Abreu. 1 out. Hey, this weekend, the greatest rivalry in sports continues. Tune in to Yes both tonight and tomorrow night for exclusive post-game coverage of the first 2 Yankees-Red Sox games right here in the Bronx. Then Sunday afternoon, Yes has wall-to-wall coverage beginning with batting practice today at noon as the Bombers battle the Bo Sox in the final game of the series. It's a great lineup all weekend long right here on Yes. Here's Julio Lugo. He is 1 for 2. Tries to check his swing, but it's a called strike nonetheless. Count 0-1.
You mentioned about a shutdown inning. A few things it does. One, get your hitters back and ready to hit. Big demoralizing setback for the opposing team. You're up, you have a long inning, a lot of pitches, you're out there for a long time, and then you come up and you get 3 up, 3 down. It really changes the whole tempo. Shutdown innings I always thought were very important, especially midway through the game or latter through the game.
Andy Pettit's been a shutdown pitcher for the Yankees. He has a record of 64-27 after a Yankee loss. But this is the first time he's ever started after a 6-game losing streak. And when he was a Yankee, they didn't have many 6-game losing streaks. The 0-2, count 1-2.
Andy trying to get a sneak around backdoor slider. Outside corner, trying to wrap the slider around on the outside corner.
The 1-2. While we have time, we've been remiss in not even mentioning this, but late last week, Ken Singleton lost his dad, and everybody here on the Yankee broadcast want to send out our condolences to Kenny and his family. Joseph Singleton passed away at the age of 88. And he and Kenny were very, very close, so I know Kenny's watching the game tonight, and all of us send out our love and thoughts and prayers to you and your family. And the 2-2. Count 3-2. Just missed. You have to wait to see if Runge's going to ring him up, but right arm didn't get lifted, so that's a walk for Lugo.
We talked about it earlier. Brian Runge, he's established his zone. Andy Pettit, you saw him questioning Runge to see where that ball was, down or in. And he would not tell him. You've established that you're going to call strikes tonight, and then all of a sudden on a 3-2 count, you don't follow suit. Andy Pettit had some questions for him.
Here's Youkilis, 2-run home run in the third. The only Red Sox runs against Pettit.
Well, you don't get a tough pitch like that and then more likely than not, you're going to have to face the number 3 hitter, David Ortiz. When you get that call, you get that strikeout, you can get out of here with a 1-2-3 inning and avoid the heart of that lineup here in the 5th.
And the count 1-0. So the thoughts of the quick inning, getting Matsuzaka back out there right away. Kind of gone by the board. A long at bat for Lugo. And now Youkilis up with Ortiz awaiting on deck. Runner goes. As John said before, you guess with Andy. If you guess, you got a chance because he got the high leg kick, and Lugo just took off, stolen base.
Yeah, basically that's what it comes down to, is just a guessing game. I'm going to pick this pitch right when he picks his leg up. I'm going to take off. And you know what? If you guess right, there's not even going to be a throw. And Jorge Posada makes a smart play right here. The only thing that can happen is something bad if you try and rush this throw. It might end up in center field. So did the smart thing and just ate it.
Grounded off the glove of Jeter and into left field. Obviously, Lugo can only advance to third. So a base hit for Youkilis.
No better spot to hit in the order than in front of David Ortiz. You see it on the super shot slow-mo. Youkilis, known more as a hitter who uses the whole field, has a good eye. He's able to pull this ball in the hole. Nice job by Derek Jeter just to knock it down and make sure that Lugo can't score. Only advances to third base.
Now the dangerous Ortiz. Struck out and grounded to second. Andy gets tough with runners in scoring position. Opponents hitting 150 off him this year in these situations. But that average just went up. A base hit for David Ortiz. Lugo had gone back to third to tag, so he'll jog home. An RBI single for Ortiz, and the Red Sox now trail 4-3.
Well, Andy fortunate this ball. You see Jorge Posada wants it down and away, and it ends up middle down. Ball that David Ortiz can handle. The situational hitting with a man on third, less than 2 outs. Just thinking middle of the field. It's a nice line drive. Gets rewarded for that good situational hitting. And from Andy Pettit's perspective, when you make a mistake out over the plate, you're almost relieved that it doesn't end up in the seats when David Ortiz is hitting. Now you try and go to work against Manny Ramirez and see if you can get a double play ball.
Now Ron Guidry has his say with Andy, the Yankee pitching coach, and now the dangerous Manny Ramirez. Manny slumping this year, but he's 1 for 2 against Pettit. Lifetime 26 for 63. And the count 1-0. So now Matsuzaka getting a bit of a rest. Manny this year 273 with runners in scoring position. Youkilis at second. Ortiz is at first. 1 man out. 4-3 Yankees, top of the 5th. And the count 2-0.
Yeah, I don't know how much affected Andy Pettit there. You see his pitch count, 83 pitches, 50 strikes, 33 balls. That ball 4 to Julio Lugo, he gets 2 outs. Now he faces Youkilis, and then he knows he's got the middle of the order. Sometimes there is a residual effect to a pitch that you really want, that you believe was a quality pitch and a strike.
And the count now 3-0. Now if you're Francona, in this case, you probably greenlight Ramirez because he sees Pettit so well, and now Pettit has to be very careful with that. You can't lay a fastball over there. It could end up being 6-4. J.D. Drew is on deck. Pitch way outside, and the bases are loaded. Ron Guidry does not want to pick up that phone, does not want to have to call the bullpen again. He is over his minutes, that's for sure this year. And he wants Pettit to have to work out of it. Pettit's at 85 pitches, and we're in the 5th inning. Here's Drew, who's 0 for 2. Grounded to first and flied out to right. Good pitch by Pettit, 0-1.
Back when Andy Pettit was a harder thrower with that hard cutter, he'd get a lot of double play balls from the right-handed batters. And here, that's what you have to be thinking. See if you can get a pitch down in the zone. Try and pick up 2 outs. You're always thinking double play when you see Andy Pettit out there. He always has that ability.
Nice block by Posada. Now, J.D. Drew knows Andy from the last couple of years in the National League, and he is 6 for 13 lifetime against Pettit with 2 home runs.
You could pitch J.D. Drew inside, but left on left, Al, you'd know this better than I do. It's tough to pitch a left-handed hitter inside.
Yeah, that's why sometimes, everybody thinks lefty on lefty's easier. Andy, I threw very similar to Andy. Andy this year, 350 left-handed batters are hitting off him, 233 right-handed batters. If he's got a good changeup, as you said, the right-handed batters, he's got a lot of strikeouts. He eliminates that pitch to lefties.
There's a strike. So it's count 1 and 2.
So as a left-handed pitcher to left-handed batter, you eliminate the inner part of the play because you know that basically the ball is going to be cut. And you saw that was a slider that stayed middle. The only reason why J.D. Drew didn't pull the trigger on that because it actually stayed inside too much.
Yes, you could cut the plate in half and just look away.
Especially in a situation like this, Yankee Stadium, short porch in the right. You got all the negative thoughts. You're scrambling. If I miss in could be a home run. If I stay away, it's a base hit to left. Maybe I could get it on the ground, that kind of thinking. So, I used to eliminate inside, lefty on lefty in times like this.
And you're hoping that he jumps on the outside pitch and rolls his hands for the double play. The 1-2. He swings and misses. Gets him with the pitch away. Big strikeout for Pettit. Big out. 2 down.
No, he just got a little bigger break on the slider, and J.D. Drew could not lay off. And J.D. Drew, as Michael said, had good career numbers against him. That just had good depth, good bite slider. Andy stayed back. He got his hand through the ball about 45 feet in front. The hitter has to decide swing or not swing. 2 strike. He was in a good count. Andy was. Couldn't lay off.
Pitch to Mike Lowell's upstairs. It's 1-0.
See, that's the pitch right now. He's struggling just a little. He was high on Ramirez first pitch changeup. Those a changeup gets behind on Lowell. He's been throwing more changeups.
That one gets away from Posada, but not far enough away. Now, Andy used to almost be an exclusive changeup pitcher. That was early in his career.
Another one, backed it up. 2 pitches in a row. Bases loaded. You miss with a changeup. Good selection by Jorge Posada. Most hitters are thinking, okay, he threw the changeup way up. He's just going to waste that pitch. Let me look at his 2 pitches. Fastball cutter, fastball slider from Mike Lowell. Mike Lowell's pretty good inside. He's a hooker, but he likes that ball on the body line.
And the 2-0. 3-0, and there's no place to put Mike Lowell. Jason Varitek's on deck. So we thought that they'd give the green light to Manny, and the pitch was way out of the zone. Do they give the green light right here?
I wouldn't. Let him see a pitch. He's got to throw 3 pitches in the zone for a called strike on an umpire that has an inconsistent strike zone tonight.
There's one right down the middle. Taking all the way.
And you know what, Michael? There are some guys who can hit 3-0 because they're really selective. Other guys, they go up there, they get the green light, they almost get so excited they swing at anything that gets thrown up there. So you kind of have to know your hitter and know yourself.
You got Youkilis on third, Ortiz at second, Ramirez at first. The Red Sox are close to within 4-3. We're in the 5th inning. And the 3-1. Walked him, forces in a run. Game is tied at 4.
Get behind in the count, 3-1. You got to try and make a quality pitch down and away. Just misses down and away, 3-1. You talked about it, Al. Mike Lowell's a hooker. He's a pull hitter. You want to stay away from his strengths. Andy just missed down.
And Scott Proctor has to get up in the bullpen as Andy's at 94 pitches. So Matsuzaka's nightmare inning is followed by one for Pettit. Here's Varitek. Breaking ball strike. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. We thank you for joining us on this Friday evening. 4-4 game, top of the fifth. First of three between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Matsuzaka against Andy Pettit. The 0-1. And the count 1-1. Varitek, a veteran, an abnormally low average with the bases loaded. This will be the 32nd pitch of the inning upcoming for Andy Pettit. And that one gets through the wickets of Posada. Here comes Ortiz. He scores, and the Red Sox lead 5-4. And the runners move up to second and third.
And from a catching standpoint, it's almost easier when the ball bounces in front of home plate because you know it's down in the dirt. This ball right here is an in-betweener. It's right on home plate, and it actually hits home plate and stays down. Jorge didn't do a real good job of getting down, getting his glove and body in front, and that ball just stayed low, skipping off a home plate. You get a look right here. You're expecting that ball to come up and bounce, and it just hits the plate and just stays low and rides right underneath.
Count 3-1. Andy's all over the place. This has not been a good inning, and after he lost Lugo, he kind of lost the zone. 98 pitches, 55 strikes. Second and third with 2 outs. 3 runs already in for the Sox. They lead 5-4. And there's a strike. Count 3-2. A lot of people talking with Runge. 34 pitches this inning. The next one he hits the century mark. So he had an easy fourth and a very tough fifth. And now he wants to talk with Posada. What could this talk be about?
You know, you want to make sure that you're making a quality pitch. I mean, obviously Andy wants to get out of this inning, but you have first base open. And a guy like Coco Crisp coming up behind him who's struggling. And even though it might be your last batter, you got to think about the ball game here. You make a mistake to Jason Varitek, could get hit in the seats, or base hit scores 2. So you just want to make sure you make a quality pitch here, 3-2. Don't just give in and give him a cookie.
Proctor's ready. Now he's a spectator. 3-2. Nubbed in front of the plate, foul. I've always wondered, Al, is that tough, though, where you think that this might be your last batter and you want to get him, but you want to make the right thing for the team? You know the next guy might be an easier guy to get for the reliever?
Oh, no. I think about getting him out, and John's right. You want to get on the same page. Bring him out here. What do you want to do? Second and third. It's really about making the right pitch in this moment. And Jason Varitek's a very good hitter. He's got good lifetime numbers. What do we want to do here?
And a 3-2. Grounded foul outside of third. They'll do it again.
I can't imagine. First of all, I'm not that smart to be able to think like, oh, there's a guy in the pen and this might be my last batter. I mean, you know, maybe latter part of the game and you know your pitch count's way up, but in this moment right here, you really should be just thinking about, okay, what's he want to call? What do I want to throw to make a quality pitch? No, he doesn't want that one. Yeah.
Now, after he got the sign, he kept staring in. Was that the decal Varitek?
No, sometimes right now you know what you want to throw. You look in, you see your catcher give something else. You shake him, and then as you shake him, you're like, well, maybe his pitch is the right pitch. So you step off. You kind of think.
And he walks Varitek. That is the 4th walk of the inning. And that's going to do it for Andy Pettitte. Joe Torre has to signal for Scott Proctor. Once again, a Yankee starter cannot get out of the 5th inning. And once again, the Yankee bullpen is going to have to cover 4+ innings. So Pettitte just lost it here after losing Lugo. He will depart. They call on Proctor. It'll be Proctor against Crisp with the bases loaded and 2 outs when we get back. Red Sox lead this one 5-4. Having a tough time getting the signs from Jorge Posada. You could actually read Andy's lips saying, I can't see. Now, the reason he might not have been able to see, and maybe Varitek was doing this on purpose, you see Varitek's bat is right down there where Jorge's hands are. So maybe that's why Andy couldn't see the sign. You think Varitek could be doing that on purpose?
I don't think so. I think a lot of hitters just have a little waggle that's comfortable to them, and I wouldn't think it's on purpose. I mean, the only thing it does is slows the game down. It's not like they're eventually going to get on the same page and get the sign, but each hitter has his own things to make him comfortable.
Scott Proctor against Coco Crisp. High fly ball, deep center. Johnny Damon will put it away. 1 pitch, 1 out. And the final out. But the Red Sox score 3, and they leave 3. At the end of 4.5, we're halfway through. Watch the biggest names in mixed martial arts compete on IFL Battleground every Monday night at 8 on My 9. And this Monday, get in on the action. Win tickets to the IFL semifinals, plus a chance to train with the New York Pitbulls. Log on to my9newyork.com, my9ny.com to find out how. Halfway through this one, and the last two half innings have certainly been eventful. And we're going to the bottom of the fifth inning with the Yankees trailing 5-4. Big crowd at the stadium kind of stunned when Andy Pettitte gave back the lead. That guy's happy. Both teams batted around. The Yankees in the fourth and the Red Sox in the fifth. So now the Yankees come to bat here in the bottom of the fifth inning, and Alex Rodriguez will start it off against Daisuke Matsuzaka. And there's a strike. And the 0-1. Fouled the other way. Count 0-2. A-Rod grounded to third in the first, then started the Yankee rally with the first of 3 straight walks against Matsuzaka in the fourth. But he's down 0-2 in the count right now. Count 1-2.
It's an interesting pitch right there. Matsuzaka tried to throw that cutter at Alex Rodriguez's hip and bring it back to the inside corner. A lot of the Yankee hitters would tell him, that's a pitch you don't see right-handers throw to right-handed batters. So something unusual, something they picked up on the first time they saw him.
Is that what they call the front door cutter?
Yeah, and the first guy I remember seeing that from was Roger Clemens, and actually working with a guy who had that much confidence to throw it at a right-hander's hip and bring it back to the inside corner. It's a great pitch when you execute, and it's a pitch that goes a long way when you don't. So we've seen Matsuzaka has a lot of confidence in his off-speed pitches, and he changes up the locations with them.
It's a pitch that you throw with the intention of missing in off the plate, and it opens up the outside.
And A-Rod has worked the count full.
Turk Wendell, he purposely threw it. There's a lot of right-handed pitchers, right-handed batter. They'll throw a slider at the hip, lock a guy up or jam him, and you'll hear the hitters come back and say, he threw a front door slider. And many pitchers don't try to do that. That's just an overthrown slider that didn't get to where he wanted. Matsuzaka actually uses that pitch in that location as part of his repertoire.
The 3-2. Did he hold up? No, he did not, said Bruce Fremming. Alex was trying to buy the walk, and he strikes out.
Take a look at the check swing right here.
Looked like he held up.
It's close right there. And the one thing Matsuzaka has done, and it goes back to last week, he's really one of the only pitchers who has thrown Alex Rodriguez inside. So it gives you the ability to get some of these check swings. Gets you start to think about that fastball in, and all of a sudden you commit a little bit early, and he doesn't get the call from Bruce Fremming.
Here's Giambi. And there's a strike. Giambi walked in that fourth inning. Before that, he had flied to center. Check that. Before that, he had singled to left. Looking at Matsui's line. The 0-1. Red Sox hold a 5-4 lead. And the 1-1. Foul back.
I don't know if Matsuzaka is frustrated with the way he's pitched this inning, but he actually took the sign from Jason Varitek there with his right hand on his hip. Almost like he wasn't ready to deal. Almost like he was defiant, like, I can't believe I'm pitching like this.
He did that with the 3-2 pitch on A-Rod as well.
Right. He doesn't do it here. It's almost like he's disgusted with the way he's pitching this thing.
The 1-2. Grounded softly. Got the shortstop, Lugo. And there's 2 away. There's the shift against Jason, and he hits it right to the shortstop. Although if there wasn't a shift, that would be right to the second baseman. And here's Matsui against Matsuzaka. And a strike. Seems like he has more confidence in the breaking ball and the off-speed stuff than he does the fastball. Throws it a lot in fastball counts, the 0-1. And there's a strike.
It'll be interesting to watch how he progresses this year and in his career here over in the United States, because he seems to me he would be a guy who has the ability to pitch with his fastball. You know, he could be a different pitcher day in and day out. A fastball pitcher one day, an off-speed pitcher the next, kind of like Mike Mussino is sometimes. You know, when he has that good fastball, he can be a power guy. When he doesn't, he could be an off-speed guy.
David Cone, even when Coney had plus velocity, he would all different angles, different speeds on his breaking ball and split finger. Yeah, Matsuzaka is showing a fastball that's above the speed limit. 92, 93, hits 95 occasionally. That's a good fastball. Located 94-mile-an-hour fastball down in the zone somewhere is a quality pitch, difficult to hit.
And the 1-2. Count levels at 2-2. Crowd has quieted down considerably, up on their feet in the 4th inning. Kind of a low murmur right now. The 2-2. Well, the Red Sox started walking off, thinking that Runge was going to ring up Matsui, but he didn't in the count 3-2. And the full count delivery. High fly ball, fairly deep center. Coco Crisp is there, and that will do it. Yankees go down in order 1-2-3 against Matsuzaka. We played 5 at the stadium. The Boston Red Sox 5 and the New York Yankees 4. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Ford. Top of the 7th inning, Cleveland over Baltimore 5-1. Top of the 8th, it's 3-3 Minnesota and Detroit. Texas leads Toronto in the top of the 8th 5-3. And no score bottom of the 4th, the Angels and the White Sox. In the National League, Nationals lead the Mets 4-2 in the 7th. Florida 4-3 over Philadelphia. Pitch is outside, but called a strike. Pittsburgh 3, Cincinnati nothing in the top of the 8th, and the Cubs struggling lead St. Louis 4-1 in the top of the 4th inning. Pedroia with a ground ball to Jeter. And there's one away. So Proctor pitched in yesterday's game on a relief of Andy Pettitte. Came in with the bases loaded in the 5th. One pitch got Coco Crisp to fly to center. Red Sox lead 5-4. 2 in the 3rd and 3 in the 5th. Yankees all 4 runs in the 4th inning. Yankees trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. That one's driven deep to left field. Going back, Matsui looking up. See ya. Home run by Julio Lugo. And the Red Sox lead 6-4. He didn't know it was a home run. He actually went back to first, but it is a home run, so the Red Sox lead by 2. His first home run of the year.
So much for Lugo not being a home run hitter. That's not what he does, but when you're facing Scott Proctor, knowing that you're going to get a fastball, he's looking fastball. He gets one middle, belt high, puts a good swing on it. Maybe he thought he missed the plate or first base.
Boy, when you don't hit that many home runs, you want to enjoy it. That wasn't a way to enjoy it. Count 0-2 on Youkilis. 12 home runs last season, first of this year. Getting congratulations from Willie Mopena. And the 0-2. Foul back.
Like you said, Al, he's not known for the power, but you get a first pitch fastball from Scott Proctor to be able to do some damage with it.
241 at bats between home runs for Julio Lugo. Last one he hit was July 22nd of last year against Baltimore. And the count 1-2.
We talked about it before. Another starting pitcher who was not able to go deep in a ball game, and this bullpen has become exposed, and it's catching some heat. It's getting criticized, but they're fatigued right now.
Popped up. Minkiewicz in foul territory, looking for the seats, now leaning in, falling in, and the ball out of play.
Well, you can appreciate the hustle. Doug Minkiewicz, who's not swinging the bat awfully well right now, trying to do whatever he can to help this ball club. Takes a view from the front row.
Remember, Doug had a back surgically repaired last year. He doesn't want to be flopping onto concrete like that, but making an all-out effort to catch the foul ball. The 1-2. Foul back. Actually fell down trying to get a high throw in Tampa Bay, and for a moment he was startled and nervous about his back, but then he realized he felt okay and jumped back up. And the count 2-2. Sean Henn, who pitched yesterday, is up in the bullpen. And the count is full. 6-4 the Red Sox lead. High fly ball right center, converging Damon and Abreu. Damon makes the call on the catch for the second out of the inning. Damon went a long way into right field. Now Joe Torre will take the ball from Scott Proctor, and with the left-hander David Ortiz coming up, the left-hander Sean Henn's coming in. Stick around. Bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. Make the switch to Verizon Fios. TV, internet, phone. So Scott Proctor got out of the jam in the 5th, gave up a home run to Lugo here in the 6th, now turns it over to Sean Henn with 2 outs, nobody on, and Henn is going to face David Ortiz. Now the specialty lefty in the Yankee bullpen, Mike Myers, has not had much success against David Ortiz. Sean Henn faced him twice last weekend and got him. Let's see how he does in this matchup. Pitch low and away, 1-0. Minkevich, who fell into that camera well, keeps looking at his hand as Ortiz pops that one up.
If you're David Ortiz, you probably know how Mike Myers is going to pitch you. You've had some at-bats logged against him. You have a good idea of how he's going to attack you. With a young guy like Sean Henn, there's probably some doubt in his mind about how he's going to be attacked. And that's a difference right there. Sean Henn has the ability to throw a fastball inside on a lefty. Throws it off the plate inside, but you know what? You plant a seed there that I will go there if I have to. Now you open up the outside part of the plate if you want to go there.
And the count 3-1. Lucky to get that one back.
Well, Michael, you mentioned early in the game, you know, who has the advantage, Matsuzaka or the Yankee hitters, as a result of the Yankee hitters having seen him already. You know, John makes a good point here with Sean Henn. Hitters, especially smart hitters that pay attention to sequences and what pitchers have and where their release points are. It's difficult for a guy like David Ortiz, who hasn't had a history against Henn, to know where he's coming. And exactly right. Sean Henn's not afraid to come inside. Where's his release point? What's the depth on his breaking ball? Where's he moving the ball around? It takes a few at bats, and it's either success or failure. But the more hitters see pitchers, there's an advantage. I'm not saying they're going to get a hit every time, of course not, but they feel more comfortable.
3-2. He walked him. Along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on My 9. We're in the top of the 6th inning. First game of 3 between the Yankees and the Red Sox. 4th of 18 they'll play this season. And the Red Sox lead the Yankees 6-4 as the Yankees are trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. Well, here's the little trap that manager set. They stagger lineup. So you've got the lefty Ortiz and then the lefty Drew, but right in the middle is the righty Manny Ramirez. So you're making the manager take a chance with the lefty Hen facing the righty Ramirez. And Manny has a .341 average against left-handed pitchers. Fouled away. That's why lineups are conducted that way. They make the other manager make these decisions. Or if this was a very close part of the game, in the 8th inning, well, Joe Torre would have Mike Myers in to face Ortiz, then he'd have a righty come in to face Manny Ramirez and make them burn a pitcher. And that's why some managers agonize over lineups, because they want to set up those traps.
And as a pitcher, you know exactly that. And if you have had more success with the lefty on deck, in this case J.D. Drew, you pitch accordingly to Manny Ramirez. You're not throwing cookies down the middle for him to get good swings on it. You expand the zone, make him hit a pitcher's pitch. If you walk him, you have the lefty on deck.
Fouled away, and the count quickly 0-2. Sean Henn's got some giddy up on the fastball, 95 miles an hour. Now Manny Ramirez has hurt all types of Yankee pitchers, 49 home runs, and that's 5th on the all-time list. Jimmy Fox is first with 70.
There's a reason he hits lefties as well as he does. You mentioned, Michael, the .341 clip. Most left-handers throw the ball away from him. He kills that ball out there.
And the count 1-2. Luis Vizcaino warming for the Yankees in their bullpen.
Sean Henn a little different. He's got a good fastball for a left-handed pitcher. He's not a soft-throwing lefty. He's not a change-up specialist, so he's a little bit different than most left-handers. We'll try to change up here.
Works it away, and the count is 2-2. And Drew is on deck. Vizcaino's about ready. Foul bat.
Well, Sean Henn had a great spring training. He actually beat out Ron Vallone, who pitched very well for the Yankees last year as the second left-hander in the pen here, along with Mike Myers. And Sean Henn has been in the Yankee organization for a few years. He's been on the roster, optioned a few times, and this was a spring training. Had he not made the team, he would have been outrighted and possibly lost in the waiver to another team. He's been very aggressive. His velocity's up from what it was last year when he got called up, and he's taken advantage of it.
And you know what, Al? He's one of those guys that Joe Torre put him in some situations early on where he had some success. Now all of a sudden you're finding yourself in some big ball games and some Red Sox games, and his confidence has gone through the roof. Joe Torre obviously has confidence in him. He's found a nice little role there in the bullpen. Maybe the conversion from a starting pitcher to a bullpen guy, doesn't think as much, is a little bit more aggressive with his stuff, and it's working out for him.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, and Ramirez strikes up. So Henn comes on and does the job, but he gets the righty and didn't get the lefty. Red Sox get another run, 1 run on 1 hit, and then 1 man left. The 1 run came on 1 swing. Julio Lugo lines one over the fence in left field off Scott Proctor. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, 6-4 Boston. East meets West for an interdivision showdown. The Bronx Bombers go head-to-head with the Seattle Mariners on My Yankees Baseball next Friday at 7 right here on My 9. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Daisuke Matsuzaka at 99 pitches is still in there. Red Sox lead the Yankees 6-4. Jorge Posada will lead it off. Bottom third of the order, Posada, Cano, and Minkiewicz. Check swing on a breaking ball. And the third base umpire, Mike Winter, said he did not go. First time through the order, opponents at 188 against Matsuzaka, then 258 second time. After that, 289. And a count 2-0.
And that graphic would go along with what we've been saying about Matsuzaka, who shows all of his repertoire early on. It gives hitters that many more pitches to see what he's got when he throws it in certain counts, location.
Also, always wonder about that stat, though. When the third time through the order, your pitch count's up, and you're probably fatigued. And that's about when you're getting ready to come out of the game. So it would make sense that they would hit you more then. That's probably when you get knocked out of the game. I would think it would be very rare for a pitcher to be better third time through the order than he is first. 2-1. 2-2.
You're right, but there are some pitchers where they say you better get him early because he settles in. I know I was one that I didn't feel comfortable in the first couple innings. You know, whether what pitch wasn't working, what was working, command, wild, and usually there was a settling in effect. But I would say that middle number is more indicative of the late number as far as later in the inning when you're up to 100+ pitches.
Posada hustling down the line, beaten to first base by Youkilis. Two more games in this series. Tomorrow, Wakefield against Karstens as the Yankees pass over Kayagawa. And then Sunday, Julian Tavares against Chin-Ming Wang, making his second start off the DL. There's Tim Wakefield, the ageless knuckleballer, and Julian Tavares. Chin-Ming Wang pitched well in Tampa, but picked up a loss in his first start. Count 1-0.
And all the trouble that the Yankees are going through with their rotation and their bullpen has been abused because their starting pitchers haven't gone deep in ball games. Makes you realize how important a guy like Chin-Ming Wang is. You know, a guy who can go deep in a game, 7-8 innings, keeps the pitch count down. Yankees very happy to have him back and expecting him to be the guy to kind of set the tone. Probably coming into the series, you were hoping Andy Pettitte would give you a better performance. You know, you expect better things from Jeff Carstens tomorrow than his last start in Boston, and obviously Wang with the 19 wins last year, you expect him to be your ace.
Count 1-2. Cano struggled against Matsuzaka today. Strikeout in the second, strikeout in the fourth, and the strikeout in the fourth came with the bases loaded and nobody out. That was a big out for Matsuzaka. The Yankees had him on the ropes, and Cano struck out. Minkiewicz popped the third. Then Damon kept it alive with a 2-run double. Jeter an RBI single. And then Abreu, a fly ball to left. But it seemed like the Yankees could have gotten so much more. 3 walks to open up the inning. And the hits they got were little dunkers and bleeders. 108 pitches for Matsuzaka, 65 strikes. The 2-2. Slapped the other way, giving chase is Manny Ramirez into the corner, but it's a foul ball. Matsuzaka about to throw his 110th pitch. Two-two. Sliced the other way but foul. Red Sox bullpen is at the ready right now. Timlin and Romero.
Well, you mentioned about Wong and what he means to eat up innings, and overall, just when and the Yankees eventually be there. Pettit will be Pettit, I believe. Mussina, a veteran pitcher who's been very good over his career. Yes, he's getting a little older. Chien-Ming Wang could have been Cy Young last year. They'll right the ship. But the importance of not only just having the one or two guys in the rotation, because after a period of time, if you have to go to the bullpen and use 3, 4, 5 guys a night, and I'm not saying anything profound, and it's not anything that a starting pitcher doesn't want to do, is to go deep in the game, prefer to finish the game, that you have more guys, and there's a breather, there's a relief for the bullpen to know that maybe today it'll be 2 guys in your closer, 1 guy in your closer. Like what the Red Sox have been doing.
The 2-2.
Josh Beckett yesterday, 8 innings, 2 runs. He's 5-0, pitching very well. Schilling, same thing. You have those 1, 2, 3 starters, and then you kind of know you're not sure what you'll get it from your 4th guy. Some of your playoff team. There's Josh yesterday in Baltimore, 8 innings, 3 strikeouts. He's becoming more of a complete pitcher. Tim Wakefield, veteran knuckleballer, as Mike said. Relievers have to feel like it's a breather day. It's a day off, maybe.
Well, it's a really good point, because coming into this season, the biggest question mark from the Red Sox was their bullpen. And now they're bragging about their bullpen, how well they're throwing. Well, there's a reason they're throwing that well. Their starters are going deep and they're well rested. And coming in, the Yankees, one of their strengths and a position that they fortified was the bullpen. And it was great early on in the year, and now it's been beat up a little bit. And the reason for that is the starting pitcher's not going deep in ball games, and they're fatigued. So it's amazing how the perspective changes.
Right down the middle, and Cano down looking. So he put a good battle together, and then he takes a pitch. Fastball right down the plate. So he's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
When you throw so many off-speed pitches, 3 and 2, and the Yankee batters have seen it all night, and then you get a fastball right down the middle, it just freezes you. And like you said, Michael, he had a good at-bat going, and all of a sudden it looked like he might have been sitting on a pitch or guessing, and he got caught guessing the wrong way.
There's Minkiewicz. He's 0 for 2. And there's a strike. Another off-speed pitch. This was the previous inning, trying to get a foul ball. Fell into, I guess, the well where the NYPD sits. But here he is up at the plate. The 0-2. Check that. The 0-1. It's low. And the count 1-1.
And as good as the Red Sox starting pitching has been, they have Jonathan Papelbon, who's now back as their closer. He's 26 years old, and arguably, I don't know if he's the best closer in baseball, but he's certainly the Mariano Rivera for this Red Sox team. He hasn't given up a run. He's got 7 saves, 8 innings, 14 strikeouts. He is dominant. In a winning ball game for the Red Sox, this is an 8-inning game.
Grounded to first. Youkilis is right there, and the Yankees are retired in order. In fact, the last 7 Yankees have gone down in a row. We go to the 7th, 6-4 Boston. from home and outside the Yankees broadcast area, check out MLB.tv. You can log on to the internet and still watch every Yankees game live. For more details, visit www.yankees.com, where baseball is always on. We go to the 7th inning. Sean Henn still in there, and he will deal to J.D. Drew. Luis Vizcaíno's ready. He might come in after Henn faces Drew. And the pitch is low, 1-0. Daisuke Matsuzaka moments ago getting congratulations in the Red Sox dugout. So he will go 6, and the Red Sox will turn it over to their bullpen. So his first appearance at Yankee Stadium has a chance to get a win, and he departs up the runway to the visiting clubhouse. The 1-0. Grounded to second. Right there is Robinson Cano. And there's one away. Maybe, as Papelbon's starting to loosen up, maybe getting Drew allows Henn to stay in there and face Lowell. I wonder how he gets ready like that at Fenway. There's not much room in the bullpen to jog. And the pitch to Lowell's high. 1-0.
You know, Al, you bring up a good point, too. I think now the Yankees are starting to feel what other teams felt coming in here, that you can't give the ball to Mariano Rivera and try and fight back against him. And it's the same thing with Papelbon right now. You got to be thinking, we got Matsuzaka out of here. Now we got to go to work on the middle guys in the Red Sox bullpen, and hopefully you stay away from this guy and don't have to go to battle against him and score some runs. So your mindset has to be 7th inning. We got to get something done here.
Count 2-1 on Lowell.
I wonder, as a hitter, do you, and I'm almost asking what Michael asked, and I'm hoping you'll answer it the way I would. Do you think of that as a hitter? You're down 2 runs. Do you realize who the closer is? I think of the days when I was with the Blue Jays that they had Tom Hankey closing the game and Dwayne Ward. They had 2 closers. It was a 6-inning game. Dwayne Ward used to come in the 7th inning. It was lights out. They struck out like 6, 7, 8 guys in the last 2 innings.
Oh, there's no doubt that you're talking in the dugout. You know, we got to go to work right now, and you might not outwardly say it, but you know it. And you know, I think now the Yankees are starting to feel what other teams, like I said, felt about coming into Yankee Stadium. We can't let Mariano Rivera get in this ball game with a lead. And the mindset has to be 7th and 8th inning. You know, the Red Sox, Donnelly's down there now in the 8th, who's thrown awfully well.
Swing and a miss, and Lowell down on strikes. 2 away, and Henn continuing to pitch well for the Yanks.
He gets an opportunity to stay in and face the right-hander, and he shows that good fastball, just middle down. Usually a ball that Mike Lowell does some damage on. Showing him with some good life tonight.
See that good downward plane, the trajectory of that fastball through the zone. Yesterday, Sean Henn had a very good first inning against the Blue Jays, struck out 2, and then the next inning walked a couple guys.
Baratek fouls one off of Posada. Now you get one right there. How do you not get woozy? It's like getting hit with a punch.
The real men back behind the plate, Michael.
That's it, man.
That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, Will Nieves catches with a dislocated thumb. That's incredible to me. I dislocated my thumb twice, and I missed 2 weeks each time. So, that one right there, not too bad when it hits right off the mask.
Count 0-2. Sometimes you search for answers to things, John, and they're that simple. Just real men back there.
I'm just not going to sugarcoat it for you. I'm just going to let you know how it is.
The 0-2 popped up behind the plate. Posada will put it away for the final out of the inning. The end of 6.5. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. Coming up for the Yankees, Johnny Damon, Derek Jeter, and Bobby Abreu. And as they get set to hit, you sit back and listen to the voice of Yankee Stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard, as we honor America here in the Bronx.
Now, please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe, and especially remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. And now, please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America. Ladies and gentlemen,
Bottom of the seventh inning. 6-7-2 for the Red Sox, 4-5-0 for the Yankees, as the Yankees are trying to snap their 6-game losing streak. And the Red Sox go to their bullpen. Daisuke Matsuzaka gave them 6. Now they turn it over to Mike Timlin. Six games, 5 2/3, 6 hits. Started the year on the DL. And they expect him to be their setup, but he's pitching the 7th now, and Donnelly has been in the 8th, and they've mixed and matched their way. And also, Hideki Okijima really has meant a lot to them as well.
Longtime veteran pitcher Mike Timlin, good hard sinker, slider guy. He has been hurt in spring training with a strained oblique. He only made 2 rehab appearances, and as Michael said, he'd normally be 7th, 8th inning guy. Last year he saved games for the Red Sox.
Well, the Yankees at the top of the order here try to ignite something, get back in the game. Damon does not have great numbers against Timlin, 2 for 17. Obviously the Yankees struggling. We talk about the 6-game losing streak. Is there a tried and true way to snap out of something like this? I mean, do you just need that huge base hit by somebody? Do you need somebody to step up? Do you need somebody to start screaming? Do you need somebody to smash a water cooler? How do you snap out of this malaise? Right back to Timlin, who knocks it down, one away.
Well, I think what Joe Torre will tell you is you fight your way out of it. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you. They're not going to give you anything. And I'm sure he's had some meetings with his club, and it's, you know what, you got to go out there, you got to fight, you got to earn it. You got to take every at-bat like it's your last at-bat and make the pitcher work. And, you know, eventually things are going to turn. They're just looking for a little momentum right now, and hasn't been happening.
And very important to be positive. You pull together as a team. You realize things aren't going well. You have a losing streak. Definitely don't point fingers and pull together. Very important to maintain a positive mental attitude through this. It's difficult.
Jeter 4 for 22 lifetime against Timlin. He was 2 for 3 against Matsuzaka. And the pitch outside from Timlin.
Now, I always felt one of Joe Torre's greatest strengths is that he has the vision of seeing 162 games. He doesn't get caught up in what's happening right now. You know, you're 20 games into it. You have 142 to go. Just that big picture mentality instead of, you know what, things aren't going well right now. You start feeling sorry for yourself. No, you fight your way out of it and you look forward to the rest of the year.
But does sometimes a team that's struggling and sliding need something else other than keep fighting? You know, this is a professional veteran Yankees team. Of course, they're going to keep fighting. I don't think they ever give up in games, but the results haven't been good. So is there something more tangible that a manager can do, or even a teammate or a captain like Derek Jeter or a leader on the team can do to just jumpstart a team? That one is blooped in the right field. Maybe it's something like that. A bloop single for Jeter, his 3rd hit of the night.
I think what you have to guard against is everybody trying to go out there and be the hero. You know, trying to hit the big home run to win a game. And you see a Derek Jeter at bat where he's had bad, tough numbers against Mike Timlin. Hasn't had a whole lot of success. He just fights one off, bloops it into right field. But you don't want to walk up to the plate and feel like you have to be the guy. You have to go hit this home run. If you're Bobby Abreu here, you shouldn't be thinking about hitting a 2-run home run. Just kind of keep the line moving and play your part, and good things will happen.
Abreu is due, let's put it that way, is 2 for his last 24, and Alex Rodriguez on deck. And the pitch. Abreu tries to bunt. He has been struggling so much, he thought that was his best chance. Along with John Flaherty and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball on My 9. Bottom of the 7th inning, Red Sox lead the Yankees 6-4. Both starting pitchers out of the game, Daisuke Matsuzaka and Andy Pettitte. And the 0-1. 1-1. And there's Hideki Okajima, who did a good job against the Yankees last Friday when Papelbon wasn't available. And he has been a revelation for the Red Sox. There's a strike and a count 1-2. Red Sox bullpen 1.11 ERA over the last 14 games. Swing and a miss. And Abreu continues to struggle. 2 for his last 25.
It looks like a split finger or changeup here. And you see Bobby Abreu's off balance. That's why he's struggling right now. He doesn't have that good balance at the plate. See the feet sliding a little bit, and he's fooled on the speeds. Mike Timlin, known as a guy who's a good sinker baller, he shows a good fork ball right there, a good split finger.
Well, here's Alex Rodriguez, a man who has kept the Yankees afloat this year. You can only shudder to think where the team would be if Alex Rodriguez had not gotten off to this sort of start. So in a big situation, he's a tying run at the plate, bottom of the 7th. And he reaches for the slow breaking ball away, 0-1.
You got to be careful if you're Alex Rodriguez right here. Obviously, you've gotten off to the great start. You want to be the guy to hit the big 2-run home run right here to try and tie it up. Good pitch by Timlin right there. But he's been successful because he's had the nice approach, middle of the field, right field, trying to hit line drives, and those line drives are jumping out of the ballpark. Tough to do, but you have to stay with that approach in this big spot.
Grounded softly to third. Lowell goes the short way, and they just got the out on Jeter. Jeter signals safe, thinking that Pedroia's foot came off the bag. But Rob Drake said no, he came down in time. So for the Yankees in the 7th, no runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. Did he stay on the bag? Well, he did get back in time before Jeter hit the bag. We go to the 8th. Keep it right here on My 9 for highlights and analysis of tonight's baseball action. The Hummer game wrap-up tonight after the game on My 9. Well, we played 7 here at the stadium, and the Red Sox lead the Yankees 6-4 when the top of the 8th inning. Yankees go to Luis Vizcaino. He's the 4th pitcher, and the Yankees have used 4 or more pitchers in 19 of 21 games. That's hard to believe, and you see the numbers there for Vizcaino. This is his 14th game. It's the Yankees' 21st of the year. And he has struggled, and you can see he struggled most with the control. Coco Crisp will lead off. And he bunts in front of the plate. Posada guns him out, 1 away. Ball didn't have enough revolutions away from the plate because Posada was able to jump out quickly and get it. Here's Dustin Pedroia. See what Pedroia has done. 2 fly balls to right. That's the 9. And then in the 6th inning, a ground ball is short, which has scored a 6-3. The 1-0. And there's a strike. Count 1-1.
The one thing we've noticed from Vizcaino early on in the season when he was fresh, he was throwing his fastball more. He had some good movement, a good 2-seam fastball. Now he's gotten a little bit fatigued. He's going more with the slider. You see 2 first pitch sliders right there. Even the count up 1-1. You tell when a guy comes out of the bullpen he doesn't feel good about his fastball, he goes more off speed.
Vizcaino has been a workhorse in Major League Baseball. He's got the 5th most appearances in the last 5 years for all of Major League relievers. Came over in the Randy Johnson trade. So he's not unfamiliar with a lot of work. Veteran relief pitcher. He's done a good job in his career.
And now Posada wants to talk with him.
I'm sure this has to be a conversation about, you know what, you got the number 9 guy. He's struggling. He's hitting 173. Doesn't have any power. The last thing you want to do right now is be careful. Challenge this guy. Try and get 2 quick outs, and then you go to work on Lugo.
And you challenge him because he is 4 for his last 42. Line down the left field line. It is a base hit. It's going to be extra bases for Pedroia. Playing it in the corner is Matsui. And the diminutive Red Sox second baseman picks up a double.
And the problem is when you go out there to talk to a pitcher, the hitter knows the same thing is going on, the same conversation, that they're just going to come at me. So you're more aggressive with the fastball, up in the zone. Getting a hitter's count for a hitter who's struggling, it makes life a lot easier. Will they get the head out and drive that ball down the left field line?
Julio Lugo's had a good night. He's 2 for 3. 3 runs scored, stolen base, a walk, a home run, a single. And there's a strike. That's a good leadoff line. The 3 runs scored, what more do you want? So half of the runs from the leadoff batter for the Red Sox. And you can see that Pedroia is bothering Luis Vizcaino. That's what they want Pedroia to be on the Red Sox. That's why they're sticking with him and hoping that he hits enough. They think that he's going to be a 300 hitter. They think he has those sort of skills, but they want him to be a pest. And as we said earlier, they want him to be a version of David Eckstein, who used to be in their system, and they let him go. Pedroia hit .305 last year at AAA Pawtucket for the Red Sox. Hit sharply past the diving A-Rod and down the left field line. Pedroia will score. Lugo goes to second. He picks up an RBI, and the Red Sox lead 7-4.
Pedroia had a high fastball out of the plate. This was a slider. He threw 3 sliders in a row to Julio Lugo, and you saw that ball that was middle instead of going down and away as right-handed pitchers throw it. Executed slider goes down and away just out of the reach of A-Rod. Just under his glove, didn't get it out there far enough.
So he's a triple away from the cycle. He has a single, a double, and a home run. Here's Youkilis, who has a home run and a single. 2 for 3. And the count 1-0. Now, here's the question that people are going to ask about Vizcaino. He's ineffective so far. Is he ineffective because this is the American League and he had a good year last year in the National League? Is he overworked? Or is he losing confidence because he got in some trouble earlier?
Well, I think the confidence factor definitely comes into it. I mentioned before he's throwing a lot more sliders now than he was earlier in the year. He was establishing his fastball, challenging some hitters, and now the fatigue is setting in. And you go to plan B, which is more off-speed pitches. See a slider, another slider right there just off the plate.
Well, the scouting report on Lewis, he throws his fastball in the low 90s, mid-90s. He'll touch on 94. He's hit 95. You know, right now, just on this game, and he's had 3 days off. He's got 13. This is his 14th appearance. His last appearance was in Tampa on Tuesday, so he had 2 days rest. For a reliever, no, that's a decent amount of rest for a couple days.
But that rest came on the heels of pitching in 9 of 11 games, 6 of 7 games, I mean. So maybe he's just recovering from that. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Jeep. Top of the 8th, Cleveland leading Baltimore. It's a final in Detroit as the Twins win. Twins off to a good start. Texas beat Toronto, and the White Sox lead the Angels 4-3, bottom of the 6th inning. In the National League, the Mets are losers. Top of the 8th inning, Florida over Philadelphia 4-3. It's a final in Pittsburgh. They beat Cincinnati 3-1, bottom of the 7th, and the Cubs and the Cardinals in another big rivalry clash, leading 4-3. And Youkilis with a high pop-up to Damon. And there's 2 away.
You know, Michael, we talked about this last night about relief pitchers, especially relievers. They want to pitch every day. And if a pitching coach will come up and say, how do you feel? Can you get me an out? Can you get me an inning? I don't know too many relievers that say, no, I can't do it. So you put it upon yourself to decide whether, someone's overused or not. And it's a visual. If you know that Vizcaíno, his velocity is from 91 to 95, and it's a little short on that, you have to wonder, is he tired? Is there something wrong? Is it, find it.
Here's David Ortiz. You know what's so difficult, though, is that, we gave the stat before with 4 starters or 4 relievers every game, 4 pitchers. They've got to get these outs. And if the starters aren't going to get you out of the 5th inning, you've got to use relievers. And, you don't want to keep repeating it and using the same guys. But there are only so many out there. And you're not going to use Mariano Rivera in a blowout. You're not going to use him in a game that you're losing. So it's almost a catch-22. These guys have to come in because there are outs to be gotten. You've got to get to the 9th inning somehow. In baseball, there's no 4 corners. Joe Torre can't call for the stall. You got to get those outs. It's not a clock. So if the starters are going to continue to get knocked out before the end of the 5th inning, I don't know what anybody could do. I don't know what the relievers could do. I don't know what Torre could do. The starters just have to be better.
Be one of those situations, if you weren't struggling, lost 6 in a row and gotten off to a slow start, you can leave a starting pitcher out there and kind of let him take a beating. And, you take it for the team, so to speak. But with the way things are going, they're trying to get a win any way they can to get back on track.
You're right. So you just can't take that punch to the chin and go, listen, we'll lose today, because then that would be the 7th loss in a row. So you've got to manage each game to snap the streak. And, again, it's a catch-22. Probably the best thing is to leave a starter out there to really take a beating. If he doesn't have good stuff, he's got to take a beating and give the bullpen a blow for a day. Now Mike Myers gets up in the Yankee bullpen. Red Sox lead 7-4. And the 3-1. There's a strike. Everyone's getting deked out by Brian Runge. Ortiz about to toss the bat away and take the walk.
Down the middle of me. Bell tie.
Runner goes, and the pitch is low. So a stolen base for Lugo, and Ortiz will work a walk. And here's Manny Ramirez. Ramirez is 1 for 3 tonight. Singled in the 1st, grounded to short in the 3rd, a walk in the 5th, and a strikeout in the 6th. And there's a strike. Fly ball down the right field line. Out of play. Now, John, you spent your last days in a baseball uniform in Red Sox camp. Did you get to interact at all with Manny? I mean, what is Manny being Manny about?
Well, first of all, Manny took a few weeks to show up. He didn't show up on time, and I only spent a week with him in the Red Sox clubhouse, and there was absolutely no interaction at all between the two of us.
No, not even hello.
No, not even hello, nothing like that. So I guess that's Manny being Manny, but you hear he's a great teammate. I just never had the chance to get to know him. I don't know if being an ex-Yankee had anything to do with that.
Lined into center field, almost handcuffs Damon, but he puts it away for the final out of the inning. For the Red Sox, 1 insurance run, 2 hits, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Red Sox 7 and the Yankees 4. Baseball on My 9 is brought to you in part by Honda, our versatile family of cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs. Verizon Fios, make the switch to Verizon Fios. And by Lexus, your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealer. Crowd of 55,005 here at Yankee Stadium on a Friday evening in New York City. First game of a 3-game set. Red Sox lead the Yankees 7-4, and the Red Sox go to the bullpen. And they bring in the left-hander Hideki Okajima. And Hideki Okajima has been a revelation for them. Many people thought that they signed Hideki Okajima simply to be a companion for Matsuzaka, somebody he could hang out with, somebody he could talk with. And they didn't know, at least the uninformed, whether or not this guy could pitch very well. Well, he's pitched very, very well. His numbers are outstanding in the early going of the season. And he's become a go-to guy for Terry Francona.
Michael, you and I had the opportunity to see him last week in Boston. There you see the numbers. Very impressive. The 12 strikeouts in the 9.2 innings. Got a nice fastball, a really, really good changeup, and he's got a very unorthodox delivery where he almost looks straight down before he delivers the ball. He jumps towards the batter. He's got to be tough to pick the ball up, and he's had a lot of success early.
He will face Jason Giambi. Pitch is low now. They have been working the final 2 innings with Okajima, Donnelly, and Papelbon. You see what Jason's done tonight, 1 for 2. Those 3 have allowed 5 hits in 23 1/3 innings and 30 strikeouts. So they have turned this into a 6-7 inning game for the Red Sox, and the opposition 5 for 75 against Donnelly, Okajima, and Papelbon. That's 0.67. And on the road, they've been even better. No runs allowed in the last 12 2/3 innings. That's the entire bullpen, not just those 3. Hit sharply, right field, base hit for Giambi. Jason's 2 for 3.
Unusual there, too. Okajima does a little slide step, quick delivery with nobody on base, which you don't see very often. Jason Giambi not surprised or fooled. Right on that fastball up in the zone. able to power it right through the shift.
Now here's Matsui. These two know each other from Japan, so again the eyes of a nation on this matchup. Not holding on Giambi. Right back up the middle, knocked down by Okajima. He smartly takes the out at first, although he could, with a good throw, have gotten the out at second, but with a 3-run lead, he wanted to make one sure out, one down.
I think you said it perfectly, Michael. Smartly, you know, you could have tried to rush a throw to second base with a 3-run lead. You take the sure out at first. Make sure one, they always say, and Okajima didn't panic.
This is how that matchup sounded on NHK, Japanese network.
初球からいった。ちょっと弾いたが、二塁破り、一塁に安全にいった。ピッチャーゴロ。
Much better call than mine.
ちゃんと掴んでいれば、岡島に来れば4位ですからね。
Here's Posada. I think with all the Japanese players playing in the States now, they're ruining breakfast in Japan because those games are on at like 9 in the morning and everybody watches them. They're huge attractions, giant games. It's lunchtime right around now. You've got the Yankee games are must-watches there now because of Matsuzaka. Those games for the Red Sox fans and Mariner games. Pitches inside. Count 2-0. He does well against righties despite being left-handed. 0 for his last 17. What have you seen that would lead you to believe that, John?
He's got a good changeup, which is a plus pitch for him against the right-handers. There it is right there. And the confidence to throw it in a 2-0 count. And his delivery, it's very unorthodox. He kind of jerks his head down to the right, and he's still able to have good control. Very unusual mechanics.
Papelbon getting ready. Giambi at second. Yankees down 7-4. 2-1 on Posada with 1 out. And now it's 2-2.
Well, as you were talking early, John, with how the Yankee hitters were saying they could see Matsuzaka's arm slot. What Okajima's delivery does is that he stays closed so well that he's coming what's called north and south. He stays closed long enough, and it's like a slingshot. You'll see his hand from behind, and he's from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And that makes that changeup really, really effective because it's coming from up above to down in the dirt.
2-2. Sliced the other way, but foul. Nice catch by a fan. Brought his glove, used it wisely.
Just goes to show you deception is a great quality to have if you're a pitcher. Matsuzaka's throwing 93, 94, and the Yankee hitters feel good about his fastball. They see it good, and Okajima's throwing 88, and they're getting all tied up with that fastball. Great deception.
The 2-2. Just got a piece to stay alive. Something's got to give in this matchup. Righties have not had a hit off Okajima, and Posada is hitting .375 against lefties so far this year. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. 2 away.
Well, Okajima showed a big dose of off-speed pitches, changeups. Here's a curveball. He went change, curve, And with that trajectory that he's coming out from up above, he's got good bite on that breaking ball. Stays back, finishes that pitch, all speed. John Farrell out. Probably telling him what Cano's scout report is. Veritek have very good calls there with Posada. Yeah, here's a guy, he's 11 years he played for Yomiuri Giants. He was Matsui's teammate. You know, it's tough to think of him as a rookie. He's as a veteran pitcher as anybody in major leagues.
Cano, the hat trick. Tonight after the Hummer game wrap-up, keep it right here from My 9 News with Brenda Blackman, Harry Martin, and the Emmy Award-winning I-Team as they uncover stories that matter to you. Plus, sports with Russ Salzberg. Catch all the highlights of tonight's game and sports action from around the country. My 9 News tonight after the Hummer game wrap-up. And the pitch outside, 1-0. Why are lefties so loath to throw the changeup to lefties? Is it because it goes into the sweet spot down and in on a left-handed batter?
No, because the window that you see with a right-handed batter up, it opens up because you have the outer part of the plate and then off the plate. When there's a lefty standing in there, you don't see that window. It's down and in, sweet spot for lefties, but in off the plate to a lefty. Excuse me. Is either you're going to hit him or it's a ball.
So you just can't. I mean, a lefty doesn't like to throw it to him, not because of where it might end up. He just doesn't have a good look at where he wants to end up.
Yes, very few left-handed pitchers throw lefties changeups. They just don't do it. Talked to John Olerud about hitting, and he was about as good as any hitter for a few years. And he said if a lefty could throw a lefty changeups all the time, it's the hardest pitch for him to hit. You just don't see it.
High fly ball, center field. Crisp is there. And he'll put it away for the final out of the 8th. So a scoreless inning for Okajima. No runs are hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the 9th here at the stadium. Red Sox 7 and the Yankees 4. Here at the stadium, and Joe Torre is going to bring in Mariano Rivera. Now, this has a lot of layers to it. Remember, Mariano blew the save last Friday in Boston, and Joe Torre said that one of his regrets at that time was that he had not gotten Mariano in some games that weren't save situations because he wasn't sharp. Now, he's also taking a chance here. What if Mariano gets slapped around by the Red Sox? Does that hurt his psyche, John?
Oh, you're definitely taking a chance, but I think getting Mariano to work, and you see the numbers, not Mariano Rivera-like, the 7.11 ERA, 7 strikeouts in 6 innings, not bad, but I think it's more important to get him in there and get himself straightened out. You can throw in the bullpen all you want. Got to get in those game situations. He had an inning in Tampa. He looked a little bit better. Control was better. Velocity was a little bit better. And you're hoping that he can build on it tonight against the Red Sox. But it's definitely an issue if he has a tough inning again, which, so, you know, a lot of times we see closers come in to get some work. They don't have that same intensity, but, you know, with Mariano, you expect him to have a better inning.
He'll start off with J.D. Drew. And there's a strike. Now, Mariano is the Yankees' 5th pitcher today. Is that significant? Well, yes, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Pours a fastball right over 0-2. This is the 8th consecutive game where the Yankees have used 5 or more pitchers, and that's the 2nd longest streak of its kind in all of baseball over the last 50 years.
See, I see this as a no-brainer. This is 4 days off for your closer. He needs to get work, and I understand, you know, if it doesn't turn out, why do you have him in a non-save situation? You got to make sure that your closer has had enough work. There's a backdoor cutter, perfect paint on J.D. Drew. He's got to feel consistent. If there's anybody out of that bullpen, you got to make sure that is getting consistent work. Here's this backdoor cutter, patented cutter by Mariano. Looks about 3 or 4 inches off the plate and cuts back on the plate. You go to your closer and say, you haven't pitched in 4 days. You need some work. What? You want it? You got it? Of course, 4 days rest unless there's something wrong. He's got to get work.
The Yankees are the only team in baseball that don't have a save, which is really incredible when you consider this is the 21st game. They've had save opportunities. They have not collected them, and Mariano too himself, but team does not have a save. And by the way, the record over the last 50 years for most consecutive games using 5 or more pitchers is just 9 games. So the Yankees are hoping they don't break that tomorrow, and they hope that Jeff Karsten gives them enough innings that they don't have to use 5 pitchers. Count 3-1 to Mike Lowell.
You see those last few pitches, Mariano throwing a little two-seamer running in on Lowell. Normally Mariano's a 4-seam cut fastball pitcher. He's got a running fastball.
That one is served into right field. Nice piece of hitting by Lowell. One out saying, looks like Mariano's having trouble with his eye.
Well, nice piece of hitting right here from Mike Lowell. The cutter on the outside corner just stays with it, doesn't try and pull it. Talked about it earlier. He's a dead pull hitter. Extends his hitting streak to 13 games. Not easy to do off of Mariano Rivera. But as I watch this inning, I'm thinking more with Mariano about the location than anything else. His location just has not been good this early on this season. And a nice strikeout of J.D. Drew, but you want to see his location just be a little bit crisper.
There's Varitek. And you can see the velocities there at 94. And in the game Friday against the Red Sox, it wasn't where it should be. You see Varitek's 0 for 3 with a walk. Top of the 9th inning here at the stadium. Red Sox 7 and the Yankees 4. Mariano Rivera had about as good a spring training as you could possibly have. 10 appearances, 10 innings. Did not walk a batter. I believe he struck out 12. Did not allow a run. And then he's kind of stumbled out of the gate, but I think a lot of things conspire to lead to that kind of performance. He's gotten inconsistent work. And also, when a reliever's pitching in spring training, he might be facing guys that are in AAA, or he's not in a save situation, not the same thing. So you can't go that much by the spring training numbers. And the 2-1. Line drive up the middle, a base hit for Baratek. Moving to second is Lowell. So back-to-back singles against Rivera. And the Red Sox have runners on first and second with one out.
Well, this is a cutter that's on the outer part of the plate. Baratek, in his career, he's done well against Mo. 308 batting average with a home run. And as John was saying, you know, a command, even though he only has 2 walks in his 6+ innings, he has to be able to command within the zone. You'll hear people say that they're wild within the zone. You could throw strikes, but then you may throw quality strikes. It's by having the ball too much of the middle of the plate.
And a strike to Coco Crisp. Crisp got that big hit off Rivera last Friday. That was the big blow, the one that blew the save. Tripled inside first past Doug Minkiewicz. The 0-1. And a base hit to right center field. Lowell will round third. He'll score. Heading to third is Baratek. It's an RBI single for Coco Crisp. And the Red Sox now lead 8-4. And Rivera's struggles continue.
Coco Crisp got that big triple up in Boston last weekend, and it was on pretty much the same pitch. Cutter that's down, but you can see it right there. It has plate, and you talked about it before, Al. Left-handed swinger likes that ball down and in. And there, Coco Crisp gets that cutter down, has some plate on it. He's able to drive it to right center. You know, Mariano's one of those guys. You talk about pitchers a lot pitching down in the zone. Mariano can pitch up in the zone. When he throws that cutter up by the hands, left-handed batters have a tough time. You throw it down and in, it makes it a little bit easier for him.
Crisp just got back.
He was leading. He was going.
Took that little stutter step and just got back. And if Minkiewicz had kept his hand on him, he would have been out because he stumbled off the bag. Pitches upstairs. And you can see that command. Mariano usually could dot the I in his autograph from 60 feet 6 inches, and he is having problems putting the ball where he wants it. This will be the 17th pitch of the inning upcoming. Count 2-0, and you can always tell when Mariano's not right, when he is wild up. Now, sometimes he'll climb the ladder when he's really sharp, but he can't get the ball down. So if he's wild up, he's just not right. There's a strike in the count, 2-1. Julio Lugo's on deck. Different mindset for a reliever coming into a game that's not a save situation, but Mariano does need the work. And he has to realize that as well. I'm sure he does. Again leading, but Crisp got back. Has not been an easy time for Ron Guidry, the Yankee pitching coach. It's hard to watch or hard to see Mariano having trouble getting out Dustin Pedroia, but that's certainly what we're seeing right now. And Posada wants to go out and talk with Rivera. Do you see frustration at all, John?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. And when you watch him, you see the velocity, you see the movement on the cutout, and there's no problem there. But it looks like mechanically he's out of sync a little bit. We talk about Mariano Rivera. He has perfect mechanics. Looks like he might be just rushing a little bit right now, and it's causing his arm to drag a little bit, and that's why you're seeing those balls up and in on Pedroia. But it's when you're not used to seeing this, and you're used to seeing a guy who's so locked in all the time. Your main concern is he's healthy, and obviously the velocity looks like he is. So he just got some mechanical issues going on right now. Needs to get straightened out.
Runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw to second is not in time. So a stolen base for Crisp. And the Red Sox have runners on second and third with one out, and now a 3-2 count on Pedroia. Yankees have to bring the infield in. They have to keep it right here at 8-4. It'll be a difficult enough road to navigate trying to come back 4 down. Blue goes on deck. And the 3-2. He walks Dustin Pedroia, hitting 189, so the bases are loaded. And Joe Torre is going to come out and probably get Mariano Rivera. He's thrown 21 pitches, so you want him to get work, but you don't want him to be overworked and then put him in a situation where he can't pitch tomorrow. So Joe's going to take the ball from Mariano, and how often do you see that? And he's going to call on the left-hander, Mike Myers. So Mariano Rivera's struggles continue as Myers jogs in, the Yankees' 6th pitcher of the night. Bases loaded for the Red Sox. East meets West for an interdivision showdown. The Bronx Bombers go head-to-head with the Seattle Mariners on My Yankees Baseball next Friday at 7 right here on My 9. So Mariano Rivera, he has to be totally befuddled by this. He doesn't have problems like this. Ron Guidry talking things over with him. And how often have you seen Mariano Rivera removed in the middle of an inning? And reason Joe did that is not because he thought he couldn't get out of this jam. He doesn't want him to go over 21 pitches, 22 pitches, and then not be available tomorrow. So now Mike Myers will face Julio Lugo, who's looking for this cycle. He has a single, double, and a home run. And there's the strike. 14th game for Myers, 14 out of 21 games, and a lot, Vizcaíno had that same number. 5 hits in 10 innings. Varitek at third, Crisp at second, Pedroia at first. You ever come close to a cycle, John?
No.
Not even?
No.
Last Red Sox cycle back in '96, John Valentin against the White Sox.
I did a home run and a triple to get a cycle, didn't you? Didn't have too many of those.
Tap slowly toward first, foul ball. You had your share of home runs.
Triples?
No, but I was wondering if you came within a triple of a cycle.
I don't think so. I think I had 2 triples in my career, maybe. Both of them the same variety. Jim Edmonds went back to the wall, went for a leaping catch, and it hit off the wall. Bounced all the way back to the infield, and I ended up at third base.
And the count 1-2. We looked it up, John. You have 3 triples in 14 seasons. All over Jim Edmonds' head?
I know 2 of the 3 were. I can't remember the third.
Well, Lugo, a triple away. Triples are as frequent in big league history as no-hitters. That's how difficult, or not triples, cycles. That's how difficult they are to achieve. Count 2-2. Well, Papelbon was warming. The Red Sox are not going to bring him into a situation that's not a saved situation. Now Joel Pinheiro is up alongside Papelbon. Grounded foul. Red Sox with 2 in the third, 3 in the fifth, a run in the sixth, a run in the eighth, and a run here in the ninth inning. That adds up to 8. The Yankees, all 4 runs came against Daisuke Matsuzaka in the 4th inning. And then they've been shut down. Haven't had that many opportunities either. It's not as if they were missing chances. Just haven't had that many men on base. The 2-2. And the count is full at 3-2. Varitek's at third, Crisp at second, and Pedroia at first. 3-2. He walked him. Forces in a run, and the Red Sox lead 9-4. An ugly night for the Yankees gets uglier.
You're Mike Myers facing these right-handed hitters. You know, you just got to start thinking about your fastball down, hopefully with a little bit of movement, and try and induce a double play ball if you can.
And there's a strike to Youkilis. The last time Mariano Rivera was pulled mid-inning was April 6th of 2005, ironically enough, against the Red Sox. He had blown 2 games at the start of that season against the Red Sox. Fouled away. And the 0-2. Grounded right side. Grabbed there by Cano. He has 1 play. He makes it at first. Another run scores. Double digits for the Red Sox. They lead 10-4. Third RBI of the night for Youkilis. And now Myers will face Ortiz.
Mike Myers facing Ortiz right here. He started that rally last week up in Boston, and it might not be a bad time to pitch him a little bit differently. A situation like this, just to put a little doubt in how he's going to go about getting him out. Usually throws that sweeping slider on the outside part of the plate. Might not be a bad time to run some fastballs in on him and just put a little doubt. So the next time you get in a situation, game on the line, you might have him a little bit confused.
And the count 1-1.
Well, when there is a history, that's not a bad idea in a game like this, where you want to not show them where you might get them out in a game where they really need to get the left-handed batter here. He's got 12 at bats, a home run, got 250 off of Myers.
Squibs it the other way, a base hit. 1 run scores. Lugo will stop at third. It's an RBI single for David Ortiz, and Myers continues to struggle against his former teammate, and the Red Sox lead 11-4.
It looks like he was trying to go inside with the fastball, but you see it runs middle of the plate. David Ortiz, who's thinking the other way because he's looking for a breaking ball, just fights it off. He had the right idea, trying to go inside and establish something, put a little doubt in David Ortiz's mind. He just didn't execute the pitch and left it out over the plate.
There's Manny. And there's a strike. Grounded to short. This will end it. Jeter flips the second, and that'll do it. But the Red Sox bat around. They score 4 more runs against Rivera and Myers. Last licks coming up for the Yankees. Red Sox lead 11-4. Ninth inning, it's time now for the BMW Drive the Game. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
At the top of the third, Kevin Youkilis gets a 3-1 cutter on the inside half, and you notice he pulls his hands in right there. Gives him the ability to keep the ball fair. Puts the Red Sox up 2-0 in the top of the third. That's your BMW Drive of the Game.
Well, the Yankees do. They have a 7-run rally in their bones. They're down 11-4 right now. If they don't have that 7-run rally to tie it, it's a 7-game losing streak. So it's been tough times for the Yankees, and they'll have to do it against Joel Pinheiro. Before they move Papelbon back into the closer spot, there was talk during the winter that Joel Pinheiro would be closing, but they didn't like what they saw in spring training. And Papelbon said, listen, why don't you let me do it? And they took him out of the rotation, and he is closing, and he's been great for them. So now it's Pinheiro against Minkiewicz. And there's a strike. Pinheiro from the Mariners, and he was a starter there. Never really reached his full potential as a starter. And here he is in the relief role with the Red Sox. And the count 0-2. Melky Cabrera's on deck. He'll pinch hit for Johnny Damon. This game closing in on 4 hours. Right down the middle, Minkiewicz takes strike 3. He doesn't like that call, but from up here, that looked like a strike. Now he's barking at Brian Runge. Tonight after the game, keep it right here on My 9 for highlights and analysis of tonight's baseball action. The Hummer game wrap-up tonight after the game on My 9. Melky Cabrera pinch hits. Let's take a look at that last pitch.
Looks like a pretty good pitch right there at the knees. Pinheiro started him off with a fastball, then a good changeup, and then just froze him with that fastball right there.
When you're struggling like Minkiewicz is struggling, you're not seeing the ball the way it really is. He's 0 for 4 tonight. He's 4 for his last 23, and he started the night at 152, so you know he's been struggling all year, so he's got to be frustrated. The 1-0. Count 2-0. Along with Al Leiter and John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball on My 9. We thank you for this time on this Friday night. Red Sox lead the Yankees 11-4, first game of a 3-game set. And the count 3-0.
Tough spot for Melky Cabrera right here. You get a pinch hit late in the game, and you know what? The game's kind of out of reach, and you've been struggling. You want to go up there and try and get something out of this at bat. Not an easy thing to do.
And Melky walks. And that'll bring up Jeter. Jeter tonight, 3 for 4. One and 0. Not holding Melky on. I've always wondered, John, in this situation, not being held on, why doesn't he just automatically take second? Well, what's the reason behind that? They're afraid of getting doubled up on the liner?
Be on the liner, but I think I would take it just to stay out of the double play. You know, they're not paying any attention to you. They're basically saying go ahead and take it. I don't see any reason why not.
Well, he stays anchored there. It's not as if it would change the defensive schematic against Jeter. It would be the exact same thing, and it would remove the force at second base on a hard ground ball up the middle. The 2-1. And the count 2-2.
Matsui was in the same situation last night. For some reason, he didn't take it. First baseman was playing back. I would think, especially as the hitter, you get the runner at second base, you have an opportunity, base hit, RBI, and score a run, and that's one run closer to the deficit.
And I have asked a couple of coaches that throughout the years, and they say you don't want to get doubled off on a line drive to end the game. That's the only reason it could be. And then I always say, well, then why don't they just tell the hitter, take one pitch and let him go? And they don't have an answer. Because I guess you don't want to take the bat out of the guy's hands.
Well, in a situation like this, you're down by a bunch. You have to slug your way back into it. You know, so you got to be aggressive at the plate and try and bunch together a bunch of hits and get a little rally going. And you don't want to take the aggressiveness away from the hitter, like you said.
The 2-2. Line to center field. Crisp is there, so Jeter hit it hard in a bid for his 4th hit. But Crisp ran it down. So 2 down, and that leaves it up to Bobby Abreu, who really needs a base hit. Bobby has really struggled of late. He's 0 for 4 tonight. He's 1 for his last 22. And you know, a hitter like Bobby Abreu, he's going to snap out of it. A hitter like that doesn't stay down for that long, so it's just a matter of when. Is it this at bat? Is it tomorrow? And a strike. Yankees down to their final out. Red Sox lead 11-4. Tapper back to the mound. This should do it. Pinheiro over to Youkilis, and the Red Sox come into Yankee Stadium and beat the Yankees 11-4. And for the Yankees, a loss for Andy Pettitte. The Yankees' 7th straight defeat, 4th straight at the hands of the Red Sox. And right now, a team that is reeling with 2 more games this weekend against their arch rivals, the Boston Red Sox. So how do they snap out of it? And I guess they need a good pitching performance tomorrow from Jeff Karstens. But we'll try to make sense of this game when we get back. So much more to come. Give you the highlights, awards, a little post game as well. All of that on My 9, Boston 11, Yankees 4.